I think it's time for us to dive into Longdeath. So, we did get a couple of raids. If people need me to explain things, just let me know in chat and feel free to ask questions. Like, there's no such thing as a dumb question in Dwarf Fortress. So if you're like, what is that? It looks like a weird purple blob. Just tell me that and I'll do my best to explain. Because Dwarf Fortress has some not immediately apparent visual eccentricities, shall we say. I mean, it is also what makes the game so cool in a way. But it is obtuse to if you're not used to looking at, so. But chat, since I was gone for the weekend, did you miss me? Did anybody do anything exciting over the weekend? I spent most of my weekend gardening. Gardening and like recording YouTube videos. It's like kind of all I did. Like, yeah, I planted, let's see. I planted scallions, spinach, lettuce, arugula. I have 4 kale sprouts, which are going to go into a garden plot because me and my mom got a community garden spot, and I'm going to put a bunch of stuff in there. I bought some chili peppers, which are currently inside of my house, like chili pepper plants, like they're this big, which are currently inside of my apartment, just on the inside of the sliding glass door, and they're going to go into my mom's heated greenhouse next week, which is going to be awesome. Somebody gifted you an Xbox Series X over the weekend? What the fuck? Cool. Like the older one, right? Yeah, that's like the last generation. I mean, cool. Anything you want to play on that? Although, like, there's no exclusives left on that. I guess, like, what I would do if I ended up with an Xbox at this point is I would just, like, upgrade my Game Pass to Game Pass Ultimate from PC Game Pass and just, like, play shit that's on Game Pass. That's probably all I'd do, honestly. But that's pretty awesome. Damn. Damn. Good for you, dude. Good for you. Load this sucker up. Let's see where's we at. 39 dwarves. Total population is 48. A lot of stuff is being put away right now. The current living dwarves in the fortress are Pilot, Axon, Quavenir, Letharticus, Lilamkatsu, Anthony, Banana, Navy, the Skoid, Malden, Mar, Moffry, Krabicus, Athros the Third, Space Pirate, Merc, Diamond Destruct, the sequel, Anonymo, Massive, Volleylol, Reinhardt, Tygo, Don Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Blue Space Weeb, Arch, Dragon, Rory, Paranoid Metroid, Whitcode, Zetsuki, Do It, Tele B, and Kryvon, Jimmy Tibby, Elomino, Red Octobear, Hoshan, Cussy, Bloodcat, and Wogarden. And we've got a lot of stuff being put away because it is early spring. And, whoop. Okay. Imush the Merchant has been found dead. So we are in very, 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 very early spring. I don't actually think that yeah. So the merchants haven't actually brought the annual tributes yet. So heads up, Stone. But the first of spring in Dwarf Fortress is where people can die of old age. And it looks like Imush has passed away. So F's in chat for Imush. Who is related to Imush? Married to Kosoth. Taylor, what up? You're still the mayor. Ah. Nope, it's not that Imish. Well, anyway, one of my merchants died. That's sad, but is what it is. A lot of stuff is being put away because I've been making lead bins again and selling them. Hey, Lump. I'm having a pretty alright day. I hope your day's been pretty alright too. Leftover Thai curry. Ooh, good stuff. Good stuff. Friday was a bad day? Oh no. Because of the bus full of teenagers thing and the phone with your... on phone with your work coach being told that your cars get there soon enough or the appointment is canceled. You wasted £4 in an hour of your life, but needn't get the bus back home. And guess what? They missed the bus back to town too. Oh, that sucks, dude. Sounds like a frustrating Friday. Yeah, my weekend was pretty good. Friday was mostly editing. I had a little bit of time to myself on Friday evening. And then Saturday, okay, we're carrying the dwarf to the coffin. And Saturday, what did I do on Saturday? Saturday was mostly editing of the podcast. Like Friday and Saturday were kind of a write-off because like I streamed so long Thursday night. I streamed 16 hours Thursday night to finish Norco. And that evening I was just zonked. Like Friday and Saturday I was like I had almost no voice. I was tired and just blasted pretty much. Fabulous. How do you get merchants? So when you have a bigger fort, if you get the notice that says a helix has popped up, those are essentially a lower class of dwarves, and they're called hill dwarves. Hill dwarves live in helixes, which are these. So we have the hillocks of Veiled Clasp and the hillocks of Channeled Dens. They will just keep spawning if you have a bigger fort with some semblance of royalty, being like a baron or just a higher population. They will just start spawning, and they'll just kind of keep spawning as long as you have a baron. And they are basically there to help you. They are tied into your economy, so their population grows as your fort's wealth grows, and it strengthens the region. If there's heavy wars going on, sometimes you'll see the hill dwarves invade the goblins as well. These two are pretty static because this whole world is pretty static because of how old it is. But the hill dwarves are essentially like your backup. But in the world screen, if you hit R on this screen and you have a messenger assigned, you can then scroll through this list and just select them and bring in merchants. They can't join the military, and there are certain things that they won't do. They won't claim beds, for an example, so you have to like assign them beds because they're considered visitors. They're not considered like full members of the fortress, which is good that they're like able to do most jobs now, because previously in like one version back in the game, like you couldn't even assign them skills. Like they were like when you allow a bard to stay in your fort, they were like that, where they couldn't do anything. They'd hang out in the tavern. That was it. So they're at the point now where they're treated like normal dwarves. I'm gonna remove that mission. They are treated like normal dwarves. Aside from that, they can't join the military. Because we don't get migrant waves. Because this fort is so old, if I have too low of a population of dwarves, I will bring in a couple married couples of merchants and hope that they have kids, so that those will become members of my fort. So that's how you get merchants. It's one of the more like obtuse mechanics. It's not that useful, really. Like it's very rare that you will actually need to request merchants. The only time you'll need to do that is if you're not getting migrants, and that will only happen if A, you have more than 3,000 dead on your map, which hopefully will be fixed by the premium release, or B, the area is too dangerous and your mountain home is dead. Those are the two reasons you would stop getting migrants. And I'm in that position in this fort, but like that's pretty rare. So it's a mechanic that you won't often need to take part in. And wow, this guy is moving slowly. This is our tribute bringer stone. But yeah, no, the other things that I did over the weekend was my mom gave me another peace lily. So that I have another peace lily now, which was last weekend, and it sprouted like 3 flowers immediately. So I actually have like a bouquet of peace lily flowers in like a vase in my apartment right now, which is weirdly springly feeling. Got to go out on a few walks, filled up my growler. I actually still have some beer left. Normally I finish my growler if I fill it up by the end of the weekend, but I still have like a pint glass worth of beer left in it, which is just it's an ISA, a summer ale, which is like basically a very light IPA in there, which is nice. It's only 4% alcohol, but it's quite tasty from Central City Brewing. So I walked down there and filled that up. That was nice. But weird weekend. This weekend has reminded me why my part of town is like cheap to live in. There's been, in the last 3 weeks, 2 house fires, 1 person died in the house fire, and a fatal shooting on my street. So it's like, and I woke up to the sound of the shooting on Friday morning, which was pleasant. So yeah, it's been a weird week, I guess. Like, I've had a good week, but like my streets had a bad week. And collectively, like, the community is currently trying to find a cat because one of the house fires, somebody died, and they owned a cat. And the cat is not, nobody knows where this cat is. Like, this cat is just missing. So there's like a photo of it that surfaced on like the back porch after the house burnt down, of the burnt down house. So they're trying to find this cat, which is ridiculously sad. So it's a weird time. Tame hedgehog. Look at that. The humans just brought us a tame hedgehog. So yeah, hopefully the community is able to find this cat and get it a new home. Or get in contact with the owner's family or something. Sweet. Stealth responded to an email in the meantime. Oh, that sucks. Sad days. Iron stupid. Sorry for the bummer, but like that's how my weekend was, right? But I mean, aside from that, I just did a whole bunch of gardening. I ordered these gardening bags. And they're like, it's hard to explain. They're kind of like very large reusable shopping bags that are made out of a very, very thick fabric. And I only had enough soil to fill one of them. They remind me of growing weed, but they're like these. So I filled this one up with irregular seeds, but I have 4 more of them. So I'm gonna go buy more soil next weekend to fill the rest of them up. We're quite happy with that. The elves have arrived to trade from the looks. Just as the humans are leaving. Hello, Finna, the merchant. Just received a email from a concert ticket reseller that's just like, Ringo Starr is doing a show in your area. And I'm like, how do I explain to you that I will never give a shit about that? This elven for hoof? I wonder if this elf is a sergeant. And if they like the sound of thunder. That's not an actual wander. That's me extrapolating a band I like. Ooh, I need some more food pots. I also need to cook some food. Let's make those out of gabbro. How does Fima look? His hair is extremely long, his jade eyes are slightly wide set, his ears are somewhat short, and his hair is pumpkin. You know, I know that it means like their hair is like bright orange, but I'm just imagining their hair being an actual pumpkin. And his skin is sandy toe. Yeah, everybody here is sandy toe. It's because like we only have one real climate for the entire world, right? And I feel like skin varieties in Dwarf Fortress vary based on like location from the equator and like temperature, I find. I might be going crazy there. It might just be totally random, but it really feels that way. And because everything here is like one temperature, yeah, it varies. Okay. So a trader has been requested. My broker is currently sleeping. Criven is depressed again. Well, that's not good. Problem with Criven is you did go tantrum the other day. You want to pray. You want to make merry. Okay, you know what? Let's try this. You are a tavern keeper. Let's make you into a performer instead of a tavern keeper. Welcome back, Dragonman. You swear Hawk, Yuthrin, Knife, Whip Glory is the only person in this entire team who is Sandy Toe. I mean, we could inspect literally every single trader that comes by, but yeah, Hawk was a an interesting one. Krabicus says, I need to pause and reflect upon myself. It's worrisome. Profound. Which is funny because he got banned from my Discord the other day. He's not banned from the chat or anything. It's just the spam got too much. Like to spam 1 billion memes a day. Kind of feel bad about that one, but also we warned him to slow down a couple times. Can only warn people so much. Papers, Please, not Papers, Place. I mean, Papers, Place is a very different video game than Papers, Please. Speaking of Papers, Place, did anybody else here spend as much time on /r Place as I did? I showed my parents /r Place over the weekend, actually, because me and my mom and my dad went out for lunch on Sunday, and I showed them /r Place. Rabbit, yak, cow, mule, pond turtle, wild bourso, barn owl, cow moose, and a weasel. Okay. But I showed my parents /r Place, and they were very amused that the Canadian flag turned into a banana for like a week. Or like a day. Did I order a /r Place blanket yet? No, because I don't need another blanket. I am totally satisfied with just having all the archives of the videos. Also, who the fuck's selling /r Place blankets? That can't be official. Yeah, it was the only cinnamon skin tone person ever. Well, yeah, it's the only one that we're aware of, but I'm sure that there's others. I mean, remember that there's a whole elven faction that we've never interacted with in this world, which is up here. These guys. Granted, there's not that many of them. There's only like 110 of them. But we've never interacted with these people. We've also never interacted with this Dwarven Fortress. Like Cloister Singed, Vision Rim, the Ring of Corridors. We've never interacted with them. /r Place is an incredibly cool community art project that I wish happened more frequently. So. Someone posted a blanket and pillow that they ordered and got. I don't know. That seems a little disingenuous to me. Not cool in my opinion. It's just like all those people that keep making NFTs. I know /r Fuck Cars has had a really hard time actually, because people keep on making NFTs of the various Fuck Cars screens, and some of them have like sold for more than $0, which is a crime as far as I'm concerned. It's like these, it's a community art piece. Let it remain that, you know? don't go destroying that by trying to make a quick buck off of it. Low boots. So iron low boots and iron pick. What are we currently listening to? We're not listening to a soundtrack. Is that that we needed? I think. We are listening to this. Although not a soundtrack, but my dude Ben Prunty put up a new album last night at midnight. Other stream of soundtrack is running? No, fair enough. But Ben Prunty is the composer of the Faster Than Light soundtrack, as well as the Subnautica, the sequel soundtrack, and a bunch of other game soundtracks, but fantastic composer. Love his work. And it's a sequel to one of my favorite like solo albums that he's done called Color Sky. You need to keep an eye on this dwarf. FTL Faster Than Light soundtrack. How was Records this morning? I think Records was pretty good this morning. Chad, how was Records this morning? We listened to my half of the Super Meat Boy soundtrack and my Jet Set Radio Fan record by Two Mellow Makes and Friends. Yeah, also there was a hype train and 3 raids, and that was nice. Because, like, I'll be honest, like, I do really like, and a green duck. Yes, there was also a green rubber duck. I really like this new stream schedule. I really, really do. But all of my concerns about this stream schedule at this point now is just, is it going to change my income? So money is greatly appreciated right now. Especially if it's, like, just fronted at the beginning of the week, because then I just don't need to worry about it for the rest of the week. Because it is, like, genuinely kind of sketchy being like, all right, I love this new schedule, but will I be able to afford to stream with this new schedule? Because I need to make the same amount of money in 3 days that I used to make in 5 in order to, like, maintain some semblance of stability, right? We are building kind of a half-moon pattern here. Out of quartzite, which is this nice white color. But yeah, I would say that the Records intro to the stream was pretty solid. I mean, there will be more Records, right? Because, like, when we switch over to Mothfall later today to do the Mothfall finale after we've spent about a year in this fort, that'll go up, or that'll be another chunk of Records. And then, what are you up to? Oh, you're binding books, right? And then after we're done with that, we will... after we are finished with that section of Records, there will then be another section of Records in the evening after most of the stream is done. So, unless I stream for 16 hours, which really isn't the plan. Like, I know I did that the other day, but I swear it wasn't planned to go that long. I wasn't trying to stream for 16 hours. I just ended up streaming for 16 hours, you know? Sometimes that just happens. Sometimes you just, whoops, I accidentally streamed for 16 hours. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just do that. Sometimes things happen. Exactly. Yeah, like sometimes you just, oops, I accidentally did a 16-hour stream. It was good, though. I mean, that game was like reading a good book. For reference, I'm referring to Norco, which part 2 of went up on YouTube the other day. I could have just done it in 2 parts, but the part 2 would have been 9 hours, so. I mean, sometimes hours happen, yes. Sometimes time keeps going. And sometimes I don't turn my stream off early enough in that time to, you know, stop time from happening, right? Because time is subjective. This is something that the past few years have taught me. And let me tell you, subjectively, I think that these past 2 years have been very long instead of like their normal pace. I still stand by that tweet that I saw a couple months back, which is, all right, planet Earth, I'm ready to stop living in important historical events now. Thanks. And I still completely agree with it. I saw my neighbor on Sunday night, and we were talking a little bit about gardening and stuff. And when he first saw me, he walks over and he goes, "Hey, Greg, what's up?" And I'm like, "Oh, hey, how's things?" And he goes, "Oh, fine. It's getting better." He's like, "How have you been?" I'm like, "Every month is slightly less boring than the month before." It's like, that's kind of just where we're at now. It's like, I'm not going to say things are improving, but things are getting slightly less boring than they have been up until recently. So, yes, that's good. I hope that your weeks are getting slightly less boring, chat room. I'm so stoked about getting a garden plot that me and my mom get to work on. So excited about that. That's gonna be so nice. My mom thinks that it'll be a good idea for me to plant a bunch of beets, depending on the amount of sun that we get. But if I get like homegrown golden beets, I'd be so happy. I don't know if anybody in chat's much of a gardener, but I find that gardening is one of those things where it's just like, a lot of people want to do it, but everybody just assumes that they're terrible at it. Just like taking care of houseplants. I can confirm that nobody is good at gardening because it is hard.
50 months watching a RCT streamer who doesn't stream RCT.
Well, will you ever forgive me for that, Von Roland? Thank you very much for the 50 months. Welcome back. I mean, you know, frankly, you deserve that goddamn crown because you're still here. I think I'm forgiven. Yay! Since I'm forgiven, chat, can we get a big round of beers for Von Roland keeping that sub alive for a 50th month? Speaking of, I got followed by somebody with the username while I was offline, with this username while I was offline, which is Rafflecopter Tycoon 2. I don't know if that's related to the fact, like, this was like an hour before I turned my stream on. Somebody named Rafflecopter Tycoon 2 followed me. And I saw that on my, because I was, like, when I sat down to start streaming, I saw that there on my dashboard. I was like, that is a very funny username. Lump, you're missing a hat. Someone needs to rehatify Lump. This is a problem. All those blocks coming over. Tell it was it's destroyed in a storm. Florida tends to have that effect on flimsy plastic buildings, I would think. Prime sub becomes available in 2 days. Hey, if you get gifted one, then you can give the Prime sub to somebody else. It's fine. But fair enough. I've moved some subs around recently too, which has given me budget to subscribe to other people. But to give you an idea on like Canada weather, on thank you very much, I are stupid for gifting a sub to Lump. Lump, go do us all a favor and chuck that Prime sub at Sui in 2 days. Because she's got a sub goal trying to get up to 100, and it's going to be a grind. So we're trying to help. We'll do that in 2 days. But thank you very much, Irish Stupid. Cheers. But to give you an idea on like Vancouver weather, on Saturday, in the morning it was sunny, like bright and sunny, like gorgeous bright and sunny. By the end of the day, it rained, snowed, hailed, we had a thunderstorm, and it was really cloudy and windy for a bit. This is Vancouver weather in April. Very standard Vancouver April weather. Rain, snow, hail, thunderstorm, very windy, cloudy, sunny. Also, while it was hailing, it was sunny. Like, there was this black cloud that was just like pelting us with like of hail, and then like it was something. Omega Zeta, what up? It's good to see you. Hello. Happy Tuesday. This happens like every April. It's kind of funny because people are like, man, this weather is so weird, like every year, and every single year this happens, there's always somebody who's like, climate change is ruining the weather, shit's gone nuts. Like, dude, Vancouver's been like this as long as I've lived here. What's wrong with you? But also, yes, it is getting hotter in the summers, but this is perfectly normal. This kind of like, it doesn't know what the fuck it wants to do. Weather is very standard for this time of year. Very, very standard for here. It's like the weather around here just has a very severe case of unmedicated ADHD, and it just kind of does what it wants, and sometimes it makes sense, and sometimes it's hailing. And 20 degrees out. God is going through some repetition and checking everything is working. Yeah, it's just like the annual like weather diagnostic system is going through in this simulation that we're living in. It's just like gotta defrag the system and like check for no malware. If anybody's got a resub, pop it in the next 12 seconds for a free hype train. But cheers all the same. Thanks very much for gifting the sub. Quartzite. But thanks much. But yeah, Sui or Bellinair is probably who you should chuck that Prime sub at when they're available. But yeah, no, the biggest discovery I made over the weekend that I'm still geeking out over is just that thing that I put up a video of this morning. It's like an art exhibit for a toy connector for the Game Boy that I always wanted when I was little that I was never cool enough to actually have. If you haven't seen it, I'm gonna link it in chat a couple times. Just skim through that video if you haven't seen that video. Just skim through it. It is too goddamn cool. At least I think it's too goddamn cool. And it's free, so you can just go download it and mess around with it yourself. It's a pretty fun little game on top of the fact that it's a neat art project. Like, it's a neat art project, plus it's just a cool thing. I love that we live in an era where kids that grew up with like Game Boys and the Game Boy camera and all that stuff are now like able to kind of showcase it in the original format. It's so goddamn cool. Like this is what like independent like game programming is to me. All these dwarves going pretty up our floors here. Let's work on quartzite. No. There we go. You know, we could do 200 more. Quartzite. I do have 417 quartzite. But yeah, that was probably my most exciting little game discovery I made over the weekend. And I've also got a couple other videos planning to go up. I got into an argument with Do It, and it's annoying. Who got into an argument? Diamond, you were near an instrument, and you think it's pleasurable. Oh, I don't know what instrument, but you were near an instrument. How pleasurable. And Tele B talked to their friend, and you're feeling so fond. Meanwhile, Ustath cooked a masterpiece, and Dragon got caught in miasma. Well, that's not good. I don't even know where that miasma is. Probably in somebody's bedroom. Did... Okay. Blissful remembering a legendary dining room. I'm going to remove wall and floor construction from you. So this dwarf's going to go construct one other thing and then hopefully just go tend to their needs because they definitely don't like the construction gigs. Too stressful for them, which is fine. But, like, not every dwarf can do every job and not go insane. Some dwarves will just go nuts eventually and there's kind of very little you can do about it. At least in this current version of the game. It gets better as time goes on, but... One of my favorite things and the most relatable thoughts that dwarves will have is just that I had a bath with soap. This is wonderful. It's like, I completely agree. It's like the difference between, it's like having a bath without soap is like just moving like the gunk on your body around, but having a bath with soap is like the best feeling afterwards. And like knowing how infrequently dwarves shower, it's like maybe twice a year. It's like, I fully understand why you would be super ecstatic about getting to have a bath with soap. This makes perfect sense to me. I gotta have some electrum, don't I? Brass. Gold. I saw some electrum when I was scrolling through. Black bronze. I don't know how many though. Kimberlite. We're a little short on. Yeah, we need to go make more kimberlite. Stone wants to help somebody. Chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Glen, copper, Galena, Smith. Shower, bad shower? You mean shower, bed shower? What? I feel like I missed something. Best of luck, Jack, Narek, and Diamond, and Taylor, and everybody else. Damn, Diamond. Biggins. Luck. Stone wants to fight somebody. Just double checking. It's time to get the bear fighters training, I think. You're feeling gremly tonight? Not Randy today? I have to work on that middle slant bit. Not gradual enough. So yeah, when we go out, when I go out to Quebec, I will be in Montreal for a week or 6 days. So there will be a week in June without streams. So I do kind of need to figure out what days I'm gonna stream around that to kind of make up for that. We'll make it work, and I will stream some extra days leading up to that, so that we get roughly the same amount of days streamed regardless. So in June, there's going to be some weird kind of schedule shifts because of the fact that I will be in Quebec for a week. So I'm just going to continue throwing out this statement. It's like, if you live in Montreal or are capable of getting to Montreal and want to hang out in the end of June, DM me. Because we're going to try and set up a little get-together. I know that Orange wants to hang out. I know B-Lug wants to hang out, so... There will be at least 3 of us. Hopefully on the Friday we can coordinate something. Which means, Orange, figure out a place where we can go get food or something, because I don't know Montreal and I don't speak French. So, like, that's going to be interesting. That part of it. The part where I don't speak French. So. I mean, I'll do some research, obviously, but black bronze. Let's see if we can get some black bronze up here. Kind of this little black strip, black bronze strip around things. Do? What? You just say do with no other context surrounding it. Pardon? Sorry, network is spotty. But yeah, no, looking forward to that. I was actually like shocked at how cheap we were able to get flight and hotel. Flight was like just under $300 from Vancouver to Montreal, and the Airbnb that me and my friend are splitting came up to about $290 each. So it's actually like a super affordable little vacation, which I'm very happy about. Damn, Diamond! Your lobbying for Gremlin for mayor is going to be much more successful. You know, next time there's a /r place, Diamond, we need to make the Dwarf Fortress community crazy enough to put an actual gremlin on there at some point. We need to rally the whole DF community to plaster a gremlin pulling a lever somewhere. Because right now, like, the mainstream DF community is just kind of known as, like, you know, the little dwarf, right? Once the premium versions are out and the next /r place happens, we need to put a gremlin in there somewhere. We can make that happen, I think. Been to Montreal twice. It's a lovely place. You had no problem not knowing any French. Yeah, I mean, I've been to Quebec too before. Like Quebec, I've never been to Montreal, but I've been to Quebec City twice. And similar thing, like it's not too difficult to get around, but is it in the area I mentioned? Yes, I'm staying in Gay Village. It's cheap, okay? It's literally what that part of town is called. Looking at it, it looks just like Yaletown or Davie Street in Vancouver, so that's fine. I don't fucking care. It's also close to, like, transit, so again, don't care. It's just kind of hilarious to me more than anything. But yes, we did indeed get an Airbnb in that section of town. Like on Friday or something, Orange, I'll send you the address of where we're staying. But like my little sister lives out there, so not in that part of town, but they live close to public transit, so it's easy to get out there. Just didn't want docs there. I mean, you don't. It's just like I kind of don't care about saying where I live because, like, what are you gonna do? I mean, what would actually be concerning is me saying what time I land at the airport publicly, because then people could show up. That's a concern. But saying I'm staying in this general part of town is like saying I'm staying in Long Beach, LA, which is not exactly doxing. That's concerning. You know, it was funny because I told my mom where we were staying. It's like, yeah, we're staying in Gay Village. And she just looks at me and she goes, they don't really call it that, do they? It's like, no, literally go to Google Maps and like look at it. That's what it's called. But I'm staying with my sister-in-law, and she's totally cool with being in Gay Village, so it doesn't matter. But, you know, we have a whole apartment to ourselves with 2 separate bedrooms, and that's fine. So could care less. Plus TV. Anyway, fabulous. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Enjoy those dwarfs. And emotes and ad-free viewing for next 30 days. Much thanks. Thanks for keeping this weird channel funded. Cool, we're working on Zim blocks, which is what we need. We're weaving thread into silk. What's general clothing look like? Seeing some stuff starting to wear out. Okay, maybe in fall or early next year we'll have to do another round of clothing. But yeah, no, I mean, it's just like Davie Street or Yaletown here. Like, in Vancouver, we have Yaletown, which, like, we have the rainbow sidewalk, which goes for, like, it's like 9 blocks or something. And, like, all the crosswalks are rainbows and that stuff. It's like, whatever. Do not care. You went to Quebec once, you asked for direction and got yelled at by college boys. I mean, it's just like anywhere, right? Don't ask for directions from the wrong people, you know? But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be nice. The best thing was I was talking to my sister-in-law when we were talking about like where we were gonna stay, and I'm just like, as long as like there's somewhere close by where I can acquire THC. We just did a Google for dispensaries, and there's like 40 within walking distance. Like, cool. At least Quebec caught up to Vancouver, because Vancouver has like, there's 2 dispensaries within walking distance of here. Quebec seems to have caught up, because I remember right after legalization happened, it took a little longer for them to catch up. So. Do you want a set week long of I mean, we were looking at getting like 2-3 day passes each, but I mean, if you can hook us up with cheaper transit passes, I won't say no. This is like when I go down to Seattle, and a friend of mine used to have a way of getting free transit passes through work. So I'd go down to Seattle, and he'd just give me a month pass. He'd just be like, here you go. Just hand me an, I think they're called Orca cards. That was like fully loaded with a month. Because he just got them as complimentary through his job, which was kind of wild. He could just walk up and just punch 2 buttons on a machine and just hand me a card. Okay, so currently we're trying to get this pile of boulders out of here. So we need to make stuff out of mica, cryolite. We need to make stuff out of granite. Actually, you know, hold on. Rock, pot, 100. Which mica do we have? Because if we could get that out of there, that'd be good. Ooh, 539. But yeah, let me know before then. Let me know. It was also kind of funny because like I went through like the calendar after I booked it and realized that, oh no, Dwarf Fortress news would happen on that day while I was gone. And I sent Kit Fox a DM saying like, hey, like warn me if if I need to bring a laptop with me or like purchase a laptop for the trip, which I don't want to do, but I have to acquire a laptop or bring a laptop or bring a microphone and locate a computer. I will do it. I'm that crazy. Part of the job. But hopefully, because I know that Summer Games Fest is early in June, so hopefully if there is anything major, it happens around then. It would be safe to assume. I'm sure they'll have something. How are we doing on quartzite? Perfect. Back up to 90. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just really excited to be able to go on a vacation that's going to cost half as much as going to a convention, because like everything at conventions is ludicrously expensive, because going down to the States as a Canadian is like the equivalent of taking a gun and pointing it at your wallet and unloading. Just because the American dollar is always worth like 30% more than the Canadian dollar. And so when you go down to California, everything is more expensive than it is up here anyway. So it's just like I'll go down to California and then like, you know, eat an $8 burrito and be like, that was a cheap burrito. And then like I do the conversion in my head and go like, that was a $16 burrito. Like after taxes, that's not a cheap burrito. And it's like everything is like that. And then when you're taking, you can set me up with a camera. I mean, I wouldn't need a camera for recording stuff, but I don't really want to work while I'm down there. I'll be honest. Like I'll take photos, but that's about it. I'm not planning on streaming or anything. Like I'm going on vacation for that. Because like my birthday's in June anyway, so I'm gonna kind of consider that just my vacation for the year when I do that. So if I have to work, it's gonna be a like last resort thing. But yeah, so we're gonna try and do a BlindCon 2022 and have like a meetup of like 6 people. I'm sure we can pull that off. That doesn't, I don't count that as working though. That's just, you know, meeting up with people. Assuming like, you know, pandemic doesn't come back in full force, which, you know, it might. There's a very real possibility where it's just like, oh, hey, all the lockdowns are back. Can't travel now. Woo. But we'll see. Hopefully that doesn't need to happen. Because that's the thing about me and the person that I'm traveling with is we're both at risk and disabled, so. If Gremlin for Mayor had a 2D game, what would it be? It would be a torture platformer, like Super Meat Boy, where you need to dodge dwarves and pull the lever at the end of the level. And pulling the lever, like, opens the door for the next level or something. It would be called Escape from Dwarf Fortress. There you go. You start in the caverns to work your way up. The higher up you get, the scarier the enemies get. You have 2 weeks. Go make it. You know, I'll bet you that if you made that, you could probably even use like sprites from Dwarf Fortress, and as long as you didn't sell it, like, I don't think they'd sue you. Or pretty sure KitFox would help, like, give you their blessing with that. As long as it's just like an itch.io fan project, I think it would be fine. Someone get coding? Hell yeah, get to it. Come on. Chat, you have 2 weeks. Get her done. Takes notes. Absolutely, man. Doing a lurk? Do what you gotta do, Taylor. You have a good work. I mean, you know I'll be here when you get back. You can do voice acting for it. I can make, like, oof sounds for it. I can make all of the sound effects with my mouth, and Orange can do the voice acting. So I'll do all of the environmental sound effects with my microphone. Chat, you guys can code it, open source it so everybody can work on it. You know, I joke about this, but, like, the fun reality of being a Twitch streamer is if you say stuff like this loud enough, it'll happen. That's one of my favorite things about being someone who plays video games on the internet with a following is, like, you can will things into existence. It's just by say, like, there's been times where, like, I've said something and then somebody's drawn it. It's like, I'll be like, yeah, like, wouldn't it be funny if there was an image of this thing with this thing with this thing, and then somebody just draws it, and the next day I have a DM with, like, the image that I was talking about, and it's like, wow. It's like I understand what being an influencer now is. I can influence people into doing good. Fancy that. Fancy that. I know, right, Orange? It's disgusting. It makes me feel sick every time I say it. But you know what? If you're going to influence somebody, at least influence them for good. Don't influence them for, you know, purchasing a product. You know, it's kind of funny. There was a, I was offered a sponsorship thingy relatively recently. And I've been doing a lot of soul searching as to whether or not I wanted to take it. I've been thinking about it, humming and hawing. And I'm thinking I'm leaning no. And the reason I'm leaning no is because I just don't want to have to sell you guys shit to make money. Like, that's just... it's like, put in more work to sell you guys a product to receive less money in return than I would if I just, like, got one of you guys to sign up for Patreon. And it's just like... I think I'd rather just keep pushing the Patreon. So, you know, if you want me to be less of an influencer, support me on Patreon so I don't need to influence you into doing anything because I've already influenced you into doing a thing. Wait. Shit. Ding, 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 ding. Although part of the reason I'm not considering taking them is because they spelled my name wrong on the response. The statement is false. Which one? I've made a lot of statements in the last 5 minutes. Or are you saying the statement that you just made, the statement of the statement being false is false? So you just made a false statement by saying that your statement is false because it's false? Or not false? Wait. Shit. It is indeed a statement. I can neither confirm or deny whether or not it is false. Jack Nick's like, ow, my brain. Yeah, me too, man. Every single day. Is not true. I can neither confirm or deny whether or not what I just said is true or false. I mean, now you're thinking with portals. Damn it. That or door holes, one of the two. Anyway. With that word salad behind me. You know, one of my favorite things about this job is that sometimes I could just say stuff. You are now blinking manually. Don't forget to breathe. While we're on that subject. You know, for the podcast last episode we read through, and one of the games that won an award Gone get working with it, yes. Get jiggy with it. But then you'll get slapped. Anyway, while we were talking about on that episode of the podcast, we talked about the BAFTA winners. One of the winners was a game called Before Your Eyes, which I think would be horrible to stream, but I really want to play again because it won a bunch of awards. And literally the whole shtick of the game is it's like one of those sad story games, and you're playing a character who's dead. And you know the line that when you die, your life flashes before your eyes. That's what's happening. But the way the game works is it takes control of your webcam, and when the game sees you blink at certain points, the scene ends. So you'll be in a sequence, and a scene will be happening, and you'll get to the end of that sequence, and you blink, and the scene ends. And because the world, the scene changes before your eyes in the blink of an eye is like the whole shtick of the game. And I feel like that would be horrible to stream because you guys would be like staring at the thing with your eyes open going, damn it, streamer, you blinked. I mean, maybe it would be fun. I don't know. If it's something that you guys think would be fun, maybe I'll pick it up and we'll stream it one of these weeks. But otherwise I'll just do it on my own time. But it's not a very long game. It's like a couple hours, but it's, I don't know, just such a neat idea. You know? I mean, obviously you could just cover the camera. Like you could cheat it, right? Like you could hold this up and like cover your eyes so that it doesn't detect the motions, but I think it's neat. I mean, like obviously you can cheat it, right? And there is an option to just disable that function, and like it instead binds the blinking to a mouse click, so you could just disable it and watch the scenes to the end. But I think that kind of ruins the game to a degree, because the whole point of the game is you're supposed to try not to blink, because the game's like trying to trigger an emotional response, and when you're emotional you blink more because blinking is a response to like keep your eyes hydrated, and if you're tearing up then you have to blink more. Like it's part of the game. You kind of have to play along. If you're gonna cheat, you might as well not do it, right? And there's a lot of games like that. And I kind of like games with actual restrictions like that, where you kind of have to play along or you're missing the whole point of the thing. So, I mean, what if you ruined the whole point of the game? Well, I mean, then you're just giving yourself a lesser experience, I would say. Yeah, no, it's one of those games where it's just like, it would be neat in VR. I don't know if VR headsets have that capability. I don't. Can I name a dwarf after you for 100 bits? No, but I can name a dwarf after you. Or you can give me 100 bits, but I won't do it for money. I have some dwarves that can be named, but they're merchants. So they're not permanent members of the fortress. Like, you could have Saigon if you wanted. No, I will not accept your money for a dwarf. But if you want to give me 100 bits, I won't say no. But if you would like one of the merchants, you can have them. Just let me know. Otherwise, we generally do them on a first-come, first-served basis. Outside of the merchants, which are specific quests, if you really want one. How long ago was the last new permanent member of the fort? It's been about 2 years since we had a child in the fort. It's been about 2 years. 2, 3 years? Something like that? It's been a little bit. Like, to the point where it's like, I'm starting to go, all right, we need to get this baby machine working again. I need to start giving these dwarves long periods of rest time. We're into summer, meaning the humans will trade in like a month, and I have the hiccups, apparently. But, so what do you say, Gibbles? Would you enjoy a dwarf of the merchant variety? Because the children just get named right away. If that is all right with you, just let me know. Or Darren can just give me $5. You already have a dwarf, though. And she is uneasy after being unable to acquire something for so long. And you're 21 years old, by the way, in the prime of your life. Agile, but very flimsy. Very round chin, small lobed ears that are very short. Very long hair that is neatly combed, and her eyebrows are extremely short. Eyelashes are quite long, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe, like everybody's. And thanks for the $5, Darren. Thanks for helping keep this weird channel funded. 100 bits at a time. You think your dwarf died horribly as requested? It's like a 60% chance that that'll happen. That you die in an unfortunate situation in Dwarf Fortress. But this fortress, that's less likely. I'd say this fortress is like a 20% chance that you die, strangely. But yeah, Gibbles, you got to follow up and let me know if you would like a dwarf. And chat, can I get a couple beers in chat? We need at least like 5 beers for the 500 bits. Like a beer per dollar, you know? Beer per dollar. Speaking of beer, if we hit that sub goal, which is a lot of subs, I will drink a beer on stream with my lunch, or just after my lunch, because I do have enough beer left in my fridge for another pint.
Gimme the dwarf on the lowest rung of the ladder. The real shit shoveler.
The real shit shoveler. All right, noted. Well, they're all pretty much the same down here, but I can give you one that doesn't have a legendary skill. You can be this one. Gibbles. You shouldn't waste your life on revenge. Man, that's timely. She is satisfied at work and is dejected after being unable to pray to the spear of incineration and dejected after being unable to acquire something. She is 135 years old, born on the 6th of Timber in the year 255. Thanks for the penny, Ire Stupid. She is married to Dastod Honor Works and is a worshiper of the Spear of Incineration. The Spear of Incineration, of course, is the deity of the ignited creation. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with valor, war, and fortresses. Demersis! Thanks for the tier 1 subscription and the penny, Gibbles. She personally finds sacrifice to be the highest folly and dreams of mastering a skill. An old guy with 5 subs. Thank you. Thank you much. Who also gifted a sub to Phil and Phil, Druthers, Costlord, Jermake Stuff, and Drothers. A bunch of names that I recognize. Thanks. Thanks for the 99 pennies. Are stupid. And cheers for the hype train chat. Can I get some crypt zooms in the chat for Z Choo Choo? She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and dislikes helping others, is prone to strong feelings of lust, and is confident under pressure, does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is trusting, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She is quite polite and often feels discouraged and tends to be a little bit wasteful when working on projects. Has a greedy streak and tends to think before acting. Her voice trails off whenever she's trying to remember something, and drums her fingers when she's her voice trails off when she's trying to remember something, and she drums her fingers when she's trying to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Has Skibbles, and is currently socializing all alone in the Bearded Farm, which is the Farmers Guild? Yes. Socializing alone. Whoa! Apaco, jeez! Thanks for the 10-pack, my dude. Chat, that requires a lot of people. Thank you, man. Because damn! Son, get a load of this. And thank you very much for paying forward that gift sub tenfold. You're crazy. Second yipe train of the day? Yeah, this is true. This is indeed true. He's still... Daffy Duck is still screaming save me. Thanks, guys. Goes a long way. This is a bigger hype train than the first one, too. That's the thing. First one ended at level 3. This one's on level 4 now. I think I don't know. The hype. I mean, I guess if you're saying it's like, it's the hype train, get out of the way. That's kind of a thing, but hype, dropping the H is weird. I think 2 more. One's code bug. Or nope. Was that 10? Nope, I can't count. Yes, next one's code bug, so then we got cramp 667, and then that's all. And thanks to the $1. Pseudo-buck. Cheers. Thank you much for the $1. Dropping on the choo-choo. Proves I don't know what number we're on. But thank you. For Z craziness. Yeah. Thank you, Chad. For keeping this channel funded. As dwarves put things away. I do think that like the frame rate has gotten significantly better in the last 2 streams of this fort. And I don't know what I did. I didn't change anything. The frame rate just got better. I'm not complaining. I'm a little confused about it, though. I am a little bit confused about it.
Name the leader after it, Calcium Crypt.
Nope. Will not do that, because the leader is already named. The leader is named Massive, and it is the king of my faction. But this is why I don't take money requests for dwarf names. So I don't do that, sorry. I will not rename a dwarf. This is Massive. Massive is a member of chat who requested a dwarf many, many moons ago and has been in this fortress for 141 years since the 6th of Slate in the year 249. Someone else then? No. Sorry, I don't take money requests to name dwarves for this reason. I will name dwarves after viewers, and that is it. You do not get doubles, you do not get requests. If you would like a dwarf, you can request a dwarf, but that is where that working relationship ends. Especially in this fort. Apologies. I will not do it. I already explained this to you, and that's on you. But thank you for the $1. Appreciate it. $2.50 in bits. Calcium Crypt is my bot. It is not a viewer. Taiga, what up? Calcium Crypt is this. It is my bot. Not a viewer. Specifically Firebot, which is running locally on my computer. And my second account that I could sign into. Robits is not viewers. But how are you holding up, Tygo? My quartzite go? But thank you very much for the $9.01 in bits and the 16 subs. Here's chat room. Always in the mood for beer. This is true. Bot is always in the mood for beer. They steal your body ticket. Yeah, he is, quote, a thieving whore. According to one Balinor. Going to be a sleepless night today, but for a good cause. Hope that lack of sleep. What's the good cause of sleepless night? Also, congrats getting #1, old guy. Shoot you indeed, I are stupid. If you don't fall asleep. You know, a wise man once said, if you're not sleeping, your enemy is winning. But, hopefully everything's all good over there. Or as good as it can be. Choo Choo got all the emotes. I also have this problem, yeah. It's like, you've collected all the hype emotes. I just want to say this. Twitch should really let us allow viewers to unlock unique emotes that the streamer sets up. Like, we should be able to make custom hype emotes. The fact that we don't have that as a feature yet, I think is kind of a crime. But, yeah, the plan for today, Tygo, is dwarfs and more dwarfs, and we're going to try and finish Mothfall. And then after Mothfall, we're going to play some Cogmind. Assuming my eyes don't fall out of my head. If my eyes fall out of my head, then we'll do something else. But Cogmind is highly likely tonight. Got burned too many times on it, and you don't want to tell before success. It's a superstition, but you feel like you need every bit of luck out there in the world nowadays. Yeah, I mean, everybody, if you have any good luck, give it to Tygo. Needs it. For unlocking old hype emotes. There's user voices for a lot of things, and you know what Twitch never pays attention to, listens to, or cares about? User voice. Because you know what makes their Big Daddy Amazon happy? Not listening to the customer. So, you know, what doesn't matter is user voice. If it did, they would have actually, like, you know, listened to it or paid attention by this point. So, you know, I like Twitch and all. Twitch is pretty great. Twitch lets me have this really cool job, but I don't really worry about their features because the one thing I've learned is that they do not listen to what we have to say. All right. The humans have arrived. Time to trade. They are behind my camera. There it is. Really need to thin out these trees again. There's so many of them. Holy shit. We've got a lot of cows. Like, not immediately obvious, but I do have a lot of cattle. I think it's time for us to just, like, slaughter a whole page with the exception of that alpaca and that rooster and that hen. And that cat. That cat doesn't need to be slaughtered. Moo, indeed. Move out of the way. What kind of special hype emotes would I have for this channel? So, NFTs are all the rage, yeah? What if we did, like, color variations of my current dwarves, right? So we could have, like, Crypt Blank, but a black beard and he's looking the other direction. Or, like, Crypt Pog, but flipped upside down and the beard is red. Because, like, I think the way to do them they would be, like, they wouldn't be permanent unlocks, so you'd get them for, like, a month or something for taking part in the hype train, is, like, the only way to do it legitimately. Or, like, you could do, we could do, like, a, the Crypt Bois laser, but only one frame of it. Or, Crypt Beer, but it's a dark beer, and the hands at the other angle. Like, that's the sort of stuff I would do. So, like, they wouldn't be, like, full-on new emotes, but they'd be, like, variants of the current emotes in different positions. Also, hey, Frog, I hope you're doing well. You were very against superstitions when you were as a school student. Honestly, it feels as if God only makes every single thing I've said too arrogantly by me there. But around saying that Putin would live forever. He drops dead tomorrow. I mean, there's plenty of people in his country that already believe that for you, so. Although at this rate, it's starting to feel like he's probably the most likely to out of all of the crazy rich people on this planet. Yeah, variations like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we could have like a crypt, like, or one of the dwarves, but the beard is rainbows. You know, we could do that. I've made that joke. Actually, we threw around the idea of having like a crypt O, and it would just be like a dwarf coin, like crypto coin thing, but like we just didn't bother. Kind of thought about it, but like I feel like that would be people might get the wrong impression of me. That shaders, sure, but like it's not a feature that Twitch has, so there's no point really joking about it. I mean, if we really want to talk about like dumb things, if you want to unlock emotes, we have Crypt Paywall. Because I think that Twitch allowing you to pay like thousands of dollars for a PNG is ridiculous. And you can unlock walls with bits. Could make it a coin showing 0 cents. I mean, maybe, but there's not that much space in emotes. So yeah, if you want to unlock dumb nonsense, you can cheer bits at me and unlock paywalls. And then you can build a castle. Like I can, currently. I don't really like this new FFZ emote thing. But yeah, anyway. You can build a castle. I mean, that's just, I think you just described religion, Rog. It's like if it gives you comfort and it gives you peace inside, fucking go nuts. Who cares? If you have to like tap twice on a door frame and throw salt over your shoulder every day, like, who cares? Just throw it in the sink, because if you throw it on the ground, that's just gonna make a mess. Come on. So if you're gonna like do the throw salt over your shoulder for good luck thing, just make sure that you're standing next to the sinks or next to a window so it goes out the window or something. Just don't be like my ex and fucking throw salt over your shoulder onto the floor. God damn. That shit was so goddamn annoying when she used to do that. She'd do something that she'd think was bad luck, and she'd throw salt over her shoulder and hit me in the face with it. It's like, fucking fuck off, stop it. Like, all the things you could be doing. I mean, if you try hard enough, sure, Diamond. What's up, Arikawa? Just throw salt on your enemy's fields. You know, if you have enough salt and a big enough, like, fist to throw that much salt, go with God, sir. All right, we are throwing all of this in. And... also give them all of the sandbags. We're done sandbagging this trading. Where are you? Banana's depressed again. You weren't in a squad. What was the thing that made you happy? Friends. You want to pray. Family. Self-pity at being able to fight. Go join the bear fighters. Your brother or your mother? Not even sure what you just said because you typoed that. So now we just wait for the dwarves to bring things into trade. A lot of the stuff that they're bringing into trade are just crafts that are here already, so actually pretty quick. Your daughter? I don't know what word you're looking for. Yes, it is your kid. English is hard. I understand that. But if you're going to spell fucking, F-U-C-K-I-N-G, not F-C-U-K-I-G-N. The thing is, and this is like what I don't understand. Like when people are just like, man, autocorrect or something, when they're mistyping a bunch of stuff, it's like, then how did you type in F-C-U-K-I-G-N without your phone autocorrecting that to ducking? Like I said before, whatever gives you peace, right, Tygo? You know, when people are in positions of extreme stress, they go to extreme solutions. And if that is going to church, do what you need to do. Frog for Hire, fun fact, whenever I buy a new phone, the first thing I do is whenever I buy a new phone that resets my contacts, the first thing I do is I add a new contact that's fucking and fuck. I had 2 contacts, fucking and fuck, so that it thinks it's a name, so it automatically capitalizes it. It's even better. So instead of like me using SwiftKey and my phone like auto-correcting it to ducking or something else, it auto-corrects it to fucking. So my phone knows what the fuck I want to say now, which is great. Because it thinks it's a name. You know, I mean, when I'm at points of extreme depression, I turn to Satan. And I know that sounds really, like, weird and backwards, but it's like, the Satanic Temple is such a fun group to pay attention to and see what they're talking about and working with. I've been doing it. I've been doing it since autocorrect existed in phones. Frog for Hire. And I don't give me credit for it. I stole it from somebody on the internet. But might have even been somebody on Reddit. I don't know why I have a wake-up alarm set for 11:50. That must have been me trying to turn my alarm off. But what was I talking about? Something about religion, I know. I lost it. I lost it in the middle of the ducking autocorrect thing. but doesn't correct anything when you need it to, but will happily show people all the porn categories you've searched for. Don't hand people your phone with like your web browser open, or do what I do, which is install Opera on your phone and use that for the phone ones. Yeah, so like I've turned to Satanism because like reading through all of the stuff that they do makes me genuinely happy inside. Like when I am in points of extreme depression, I literally like read about what the chapter for the Satanic Temple is doing in Vancouver, because they are kind of fantastic. It really is. Well, see, the thing is, like, a lot of modern satanic groups are like just in-person internet trolls. Like, they're not what people think of as traditional Satanists. Like, they're not going around sacrificing anybody. But what they are doing is like using a extreme religious point of view to make a point, and point at people's built-in biases and point at and basically like critique religion. And as somebody who was raised religious and will never go back to being religious, when I'm at points of like extreme mental fatigue and depression, I literally go in that direction. Yes, but making a religion out of taking the piss out of organized religion. So as like I can never go back to religion because it did so much damage to me growing up, but like there are alternatives to that, and so I can completely relate with, you know, being in a place in the world like Ukraine, or being in a position of extreme stress and turning to what you know as any kind of yes, Jack Norrick, you are completely correct. They're there to challenge the idea of freedom of religion being an unbiased thing. Yes, absolutely. Also, we were talking about dumb autocorrections earlier. Could I just like applaud every time? Like, can I just comment on the fact that I have to laugh and applaud every single time I'm scrolling down Reddit and looking at like the politics subreddit or something, and seeing people who accidentally autocorrect the word religion to railgun and vice versa? Because railgun is something that I do see autocorrected in religion. It's like, somebody plays too many video games. That is an autocorrect that I run into myself and see other people colliding with, and it's always just very funny to me whenever I see that. Let's do a real quick trade for you. All that. Also, did we not get a... I don't think we did. We did not get a royal treasure. Nope, no royal treasure. No trading parameters this year. There is a story that popped up on BBC of an interview with a woman who was living in an area that had been occupied by Russians ago, and her explaining the shock on some 20-something-year-old Russian soldier's face when he saw a modern toilet for the first time. So, yeah. I completely believe you. I mean, but it like Russia is it's a very, very, very large country, and there are portions of the country that are very developed, and then there are portions of it that are just like China, where if you're in the major city centers, it's the modern world. If you're in the middle of fuck nowhere, it's a third world country. There is a lot of countries like that. Hell happened to Erdem? I don't know. Did Erdem have gray hair or anything? I mean, maybe they just didn't show up. I mean, like, we do go through spans of time in this world where the royal treasurers just don't show up for some reason. Actually, I don't know what faction he's part of. Yeah, it looks like Idla is the royal treasurer. That toilet story is the same from your grandpa after World War II. Russian toilet soldiers were flushing potatoes nonstop because they'd never seen one. Really? They were just fascinated by them? Yeah. So it looks like the human royal treasurer is this person. Has Lumpy progress? Where's Lumpy Beef Broth when we need him? Chat, investments are open, heads up. My tongue feels like it has pins and needles. I'm going to real quick go check my blood sugar. I'll be back in a sec. All right, so 1, blood sugar is low. 2, it's not that low, so we're fine. I just ate a handful of cranberries, or dried cranberries. That should do it. 2, it's hailing, snowing, and sunny. And raining. Stuck my hand outside. It's doing what we call sleeting. It's raining this awful frozen mix of slush, ice, and hail. Slush, ice, and hail. So, you know, that's fantastic. And their lack of appearance is odd. I find when there is a switch, we don't get one for a year. So I don't think it's that odd. Where it won't make up its mind. Sunday this week, we had every weather. We had sun, clouds, wind, heavy wind, snow, rain, hail, and a thunderstorm. It's like every year people just freak out here because they're like, oh my god, global warming is like making the weather go haywire. It's like, no, it does that every year here, and it's done that every year here. Climate change is affecting the summers, that is for sure, and it's definitely getting colder in the winters, but spring has always just been a clusterfuck of it doesn't know what. Okay, so the first humans have left. Let's see if we can sell them some more. If we can't, we can't, and that is what it is. Damn, Darren! That's a hell of a win. Same here, slushy snow and rain. Hope all these fuckers have a really sad time trying to advance in weather like this. I think like rain is what you need, right? So that they sink. Rain and then ice, so that they sink and then freeze. We in the middle of Canada are supposed to be getting a massive snowstorm in the next few days. Yeah, I've seen like snowstorms. What can I ask where in Canada you are? But like I've seen news about so-called snowstorms, which is why my my rosemary plants, my kale plants, and my hot pepper plants are all indoors, wrapped in newspaper and plastic bags right now, so that they don't ruin my hardwood floor. Oh, you really are in the middle of nowhere, Canada. Well, best of luck. Hopefully you survive. It was snowing in parts of Victoria. Yeah, my older sister in Parksville got snow. She got snow. Like yesterday, I think. Hey, Disco, what up? In a few weeks, the sun is a deadly laser. Not quite a few weeks, but fortunately, it's the sun's a deadly laser that provides me with free produce. So I'm like actually excited for the summer for the first time in years, just because like I have a huge plot in a community garden to share with my mom. So I'ma grow beets and kale, and it's gonna be great. Free produce, yeah, and I guess I can stop buying vitamin D tablets now that I only stream 3 days a week, which is kind of nice, actually. Don't need to worry about having vitamin D deficiencies. Vitamin D deficiencies suck, by the way. I don't recommend it. Because I've spent a lot more time outside than I do normally. Still need to take vitamin D? I'll ask my doctor. We'll see. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. 50 centimeters plus? Good lord. That is a lot of snow. Still trying to get rid of all of them crafts. And then after that, we're going to be transporting a lot of stuff. That is like roughly 19 inches. Like a third of whatever is set, or third of whatever the inches is usually the centimeter. Oh God, what, 19 inches? I mean, snow is snow is snow is snow. Do that. I haven't had the last time I had a vitamin D deficiency was 2015. Thanks for being a backseat doctor. I know what I'm talking about, my dude. So please don't backseat doctor. It's like one of my pet peeves is when I say a thing and then chat just like starts diagnosing shit and telling me what I definitely already know. So thank you. But I don't need the assistance. Well, actually, you know, we should get like another like quarter centimeter in here so that we can get 1969 inches. Well, the IRS just took their pound of flesh from your bank account. What'd you do? Pay taxes? They took like the Canadian Tax Revenue Agency took like a third of my savings this year. But I'll get by. We'll be okay. Actually I looked it up and you have 3 hours, 3 hour to life. 3 hour to life? You know, Mark, I looked it up and Google says, your grammar is a clusterfuck. Learn to English. Christ. You're actually kind of curious on how taxes in Canada work? See, here's the thing. I don't know how taxes in America work. So I can't really give you an objective opinion on the differences between taxes in Canada and America. I do a bunch of paperwork, I give it to my tax lady, and she unfucks it for me. And that's how taxes in Canada work. And then I go over there and I give her 300 bucks. Yep. I can English language very hard. Yes, you really can. I've been listening to a lot of Portuguese streams recently for some reason. So I don't even know how to language English anymore. Although I love listening to non-English streams. I used to watch a Russian streamer quite frequently, and now he doesn't stream for logical reasons. He's been uploading stuff to YouTube because his internet's not good enough to go through a VPN into Twitch. Whoa. Hypothesis. The sun is made out of billions of lasers. Well, considering nobody's ever actually been to the sun, I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not the sun is made out of billions of lasers. So we require more science to find out whether or not this is true. Jeff does your taxes, so it's free. Most normal human Canadians can just do their taxes. I am not a normal human Canadian. Taxes are pretty easy to do in Canada. I used to just do them by hand. I used to just fill out the paperwork and send it off. But now that I have 6 places in different currencies worth of income, I pay a lady to do it. Because frankly, there's one logical reason to pay somebody to do it, is because they will defend you if you get audited. So if I get audited, they go to court, I don't have to do shit, and I don't have to pay shit, and if they lose, they pay the difference. So I have audit insurance through them, which is like the best thing ever if you're self-employed. So if I get audited once, they deal with it. If I get audited twice, then they look at me funny and they go, do that again and we sue you. So, you know, the sun is made out of billions of fission reactions. I mean, fission reactor, laser, potato, tomato, schedule. I mean, what really is the difference between like 700 bajillion nuclear bombs, a fission reactor, and a bunch of lasers? I mean, come on, it's basically the same thing. It's all just light. Both are hot, both are light, both are bright, both make sun. Bah, it's a hot ball. It's just a really, 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 really spicy meatball floating in space, okay? That the chef overdid a little bit. A really dense spicy meatball. The best spicy meatball you've ever had. Forbidden meatball, in fact. It's like a record is a forbidden Oreo cookie before it's pressed. There's a video on how it's made of records getting pressed. And they show some like green black splatter records getting pressed, and there is a meme flying around of it's a forbidden mint donut, chocolate mint donut, because like they look like donuts before they're pressed. My favorite fact about the sun is if sound could travel through vacuum, it would be loud as fuck. That if sound could travel through a vacuum, it would be loud as fuck. I mean, oh, that the sun would be loud as fuck? I was thinking the vacuum would be loud as fuck. I was like, yeah, you need a really loud vacuum to suck up sound, but also my brain went completely backwards. I mean, yeah, have you ever sat next to a really big bonfire and heard it burning? That checks out. One of my favorite facts about space is that it smells like burnt steak. There's something rotten in there. Found it. There's a nebula made out of alcohol and raspberry flavors. All right, chat, we're going to space. Because I'm pretty sure the bakery has that on tap. Raspberry. No, they don't have. They do have their sparkling tea, but they don't have their raspberry sour. I don't see. I mean, they have that wild blackcurrant rosé sour. That sounds wonderful. But you know, chat, we're going to space. It's settled. There is a space alcohol nebula. We are going to space. That's, you know, that, like, I joke about that, but that sounds like something that, like, you'd have to do in Rebel Galaxy 2 or something. Is like, we must go to the space nebula and transport alcohol to Space Station 69 or whatever the fuck they do in that video game. It's been a while since I played Rebel Galaxy. Good game though. Are we short of alcohol here? I mean, there's always reasons to post more alcohol, but I don't know. Are we? Chad, are we short on alcohol? We need more booze? I need all of you to bring one dish. And don't just buy booze. That ain't food. By the way, we are breeding emu. It's true. This year we are going to get 13, or no, 9 baby emus, most likely. Is there ever enough booze? Second question only to, is there ever enough weed? As if on cue, when there's a war here, you read news about scientists finding a possible cure to diabetes and deafness and discovering car batteries that charge in 15 minutes. What else will you taunt me with, world? Treat cancer and laugh at me? I mean, I don't think there would be any taunting going on unless it was like a... And also, all of their research was destroyed in a Russian bomb blast. Holy shit, that's a lot of rotten cheese roasts. We really need more rock pots. Just go to /r/positive news. I think it's positive news. Maybe it's good news. Yeah, /r/good news. It's good news. It's only happy news. There's a local Reddit user who I've been DMing with. Who has been DMing me about whether or not we're able to find a cat, and that their name is genuinely like eggplant's a threat. It's a really good Reddit username. Well, I mean, they talk about the war sometime, but it's good news. Or, you know, like, if you need good vibes, just let me just, like, scan to make sure that nobody trolled this subreddit. There's a good subreddit if you need some happy thoughts that are not nightmare. Although, I just wanted to say shoutouts to my dad, who's like the only person I can talk about in person with the conflict. Like, when I went over there on Sunday, him and me were just like sitting there on my phone, and we were looking at /r combat footage, and I was just showing him videos of like Ukrainian tanks assaulting convoys from like behind a house, just taking pot shots. He's just completely amazed at the power of cameras these days. He's just like, because like my dad grew up during the Cold War, right? And was used to news coming out like 2-3 weeks later in the newspapers, and that was quick back then. And now, and like Vietnam and all that. And now it's like, oh yeah, you know, if you know where to look, you can just find live streams like of live combat. Like if you go into Telegram and spend 20 minutes searching, like you can find actual live streams. I mean, there's worse things you could have in your search history. Like, of all of the things you could search for on the internet, Diamond, tight pussy is not a bad thing to search for, okay? Imush, the merchant, has given birth to a girl. Hey, we got our first baby of the fort. Anybody want to be the brand new baby girl in Z Fortress? Any takers? Anyone call dibs? You've got incognito mode for that? I mean, see, here's the thing. Tight pussy is a very, 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 very wholesome subreddit. Okay? It's cats and blankets. It's not a bad subreddit. I don't know, is she? Her very long hair is neatly combed, and she has an angular chin, and her ears have small lobes. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. It's a tight sub? Yeah, this sub's pretty tight, man. You don't understand why anyone would want to look at that? I'm at a point in my life where nothing really gets me, and the reason nothing really gets me is because my brain is sick. Let's see. Disco. I'm sure you've had dwarves before, but you got it first. So, let's just find out how many dwarves you've had in the past. 2, I think. So, this will be Disco the Third reincarnate. She says Disco. She is the daughter of Imush, Roof Inch, and Kosoth Guildscalds. I live, I die, I live again! Black and Chrome. I rewatched Mad Max Fury Road like 3 weeks ago or something. Fucking fantastic movie, because it finally popped up on Netflix. It's been like a rental in Canada for ages. Like, you could rent it on YouTube for like $6, and I rented it like twice, I think. But like, it's now on Netflix, so I can watch it as much as I want. And oh, that movie is so good. That movie's like a master, like almost a silent film. That movie's almost a silent film, almost, because there's so little dialogue in the whole fucking. I love that movie. Goddamn. Sphinx pictures and forgot the name of the breed? Oh, well. Good for you, Orange. Anyway, what it's about, and it isn't afraid to steer away from it. It's so fucking good. That movie is the only time that I will unironically call something woke. Anyway, she personally respects perseverance and doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of mastering a skill. She truly treasures the company of others, and never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. All right, we have our future military captain. She is given to flights of fancy and to the point of distraction, and dislikes abstract discussions, and would much rather focus on practical examples, and can be very single-minded. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept, and can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and likes to take it easy, and is quick to form negative views about things, and tries to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and is grateful when others help her out. And she tries to return favors and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. You worship Shistak, which is, of course, the god of disease and death. My thumbnail is now 3 bottles of wine? What? When did I show bottles of wine on my stream? Oh boy. It's almost April 20th and my email is full of emails. So, I have a small investments portfolio, right? It's part of Canadian Disability. And because of that, I get certain amounts of investments matched in certain types of investments. Doesn't matter going into. I get an email This is Canada, chat. I get an email from my bank, which is one of the banks that I'm part of, which is how I invest. And it's literally just, this is an email that my bank sent me. This is a legitimate email. Psychedelics are making waves in the market. Invest in mushroom farming. And you know what? Fucking don't mind if I do. This is Canada. This is why you want to live in Canada. It's literally like information on how to invest in medical LSD and mushrooms. Way ahead of you? What, did you already do that? I mean, I have weed stocks, which actually has made me a little bit of money, oddly enough. They've gone up in value. I bought them with my government grants. I invested in weed with government grants. Yeah, Canada does things right, including like making our like flag a shameful mockery because people with hockey sticks and no brains and big trucks keep driving around. I mean, what? Anyway, 2 years ago? Well, I just think it's funny that I received that email. You know, like we live in a world where like I talk about weed and certain people will look at me and be like, that's criminal. And then like, meanwhile, my bank is sending me emails about, hey, you should invest in psychedelic mushrooms. I just think it's way too funny. Like, the world changes so much by like 200 meters across a border, right? Like, we all live in such different realities. It's insane. It is absolutely insane. You never realized family members feel affectionate after a loved one is born? Oh, you didn't know that? Like, there's all sorts of tiny little details. Oh, no. Blissful. Disgust. Well, okay. You there you go. Feels adoration after giving birth. And she felt blissful after becoming a parent. I mean, this dwarf has 17 children. And is 152. Still blissful after becoming a parent. 17 children. Damn, you two working hard. "17 children. 17. That is a lot of kids, yeah. That's like reality shows level of kids. I mean, for whatever it's worth, like 2/3 of them are dead. So, because it's Dwarf Fortress, but yeah, that is too many kids. And they're merchants, and that's why I bring merchants to the fortress. Speaking of way too many children, ayo, what's up, Axon? How's things? Orange, did you watch that video I linked? Also, on the topic of that video, I'm looking at comments on it, and I got this one from Reinhardt, and they're just like, Step 1, look at the art. Step 2, contemplate the art. Step 3, get confused by the art. Step 4, pretend to understand the art. Step 5, profit. It's like me walking through an art gallery. Because you're watching my stream. Come on. Take a 2-minute break and go look at some Game Boy camera photography. But, I mean, sure. Or watch the stream. That's also fair. Pretty sure you're, like, on a phone. Are you on the road somewhere? You'd say that was just bad influence from my neighbor. But yes, Canada does do a couple things right, and you're not wrong. It kind of is just bad influence from our neighbor. Although, like, that's just how Canada works. So there's a lot of this, IR Stupid, so I'm not going to read all of it. But chat, you guys have a job. Jump into my Discord. Go add words to the add words story room. Go do it. While I scroll up. Help, kelp, whelp, yelp, now. Avast, orangish octopi. Strange eclipses plague moon time. Reclet? Question mark? Why should I scramble eggs? Because poachers make crusty pineapple custards. Fuck it, we'll read the whole thing. House rules state smell must add sassy flavor, savvy? Procreation, recreation, creation is rhyming. Comedy tells tall, thick tales. Their prawn once folked high above rolling stones. Hilly regions next to fjords represent moist riparian jeeps. What part of no should I repeat? The bad news keeps me sad. New food tastes like fish made with fresh love. Meanwhile, I am typing words. Meanwhile, the count is up to 316. Shout outs. I'm back. Step 7, eat the banana. Step 7. Step 8, pretend it's performance art. Your art was eating the banana. Their art was taping the banana to the wall. Unfortunately, somebody already purchased the banana taped to the wall, and thus you ate somebody else's property. And your performance art is destruction of someone else's property, meaning, whatever happened to that? Did that person get sued? Like, did they have to pay for the art? I can't, I remember that happening and just going, that is really stupid, and then immediately forgetting about it. And you just reminded me of it. What ended up happening with the person who ate the banana that was art? I can't even. It's just too dumb. It's too dumb. Yeah. Came back at the right time. What happened to the person that ate banana that was art? I'm gonna Google man ate art banana. Man ate art banana. Man who ate $120,000. Okay, hold on a second. First off, it's a good screen bit. When a banana was duct taped to a wall and sold for $120,000, not everyone understood the artistic inspiration behind the piece, but one hungry artist did. David Datura, an installation performance artist from Georgia, peeled the banana and the piece of art from the wall Saturday and ate it, while hundreds of stunned onlookers watched. And he's far from apologetic. What ended up happening? The gallery took all my information and the police took all my information, he said. What's going to happen in the next few days? I don't know. Okay, what? Man ate art banana. What happened? I need to, like, make this. Okay. New York-based performance artist took a bite of the banana by plucking the 6-figure from the wall. This was 2019? Motherfucker. It was delicious. Not $120,000 delicious, but really good, he said by phone. I'm reading an article that's literally just him, like, reviewing the banana. The fact that it had been stuck to the wall for the few days and not bumped or bruised meant that it wasn't mushy at all. Apparently they released the banana. And he didn't have to, like, he didn't owe any money or anything. But that's very... You just keep feeling older and older. That's how life works, yeah? Time passes by and I keep getting older. I'm not getting less gray hair. Come on, man. Everybody around me looks younger and younger and I feel older and older. It's kind of funny. Like, I tweeted the other day, I'm just like, I'm really liking this new stream schedule where I stream 16 hours a day, 3 days a week instead of the old, like, or 14 to 16 hours a day, 3 days a week instead of the old 8 hours, 5 days a week. And then Yuzurun, who used to stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress, responded. He's like, to be young again. I'm like, dude, I'm doing this because I'm feeling old, not because I'm young. He's like, but I could do, it's like, I was exhausted after 6-hour days at my prime. And I'm just like, man, back in my prime. That's like 30% of the planet these days, isn't it? Immerses. But you don't need to shave your entire body to get rid of gray hair. You just need to dye the gray hair. You can't persuade me that it wasn't arranged. Come on. I mean, neither can I. But I also can't persuade... Okay, so I can't persuade you that it wasn't arranged, right, Tyga? Like, I would completely believe that it was an arranged artistic event, right? To, like, point at the, like, stupidity of art. I mean, I plan to. I mean, most of us should, immerses. You realize that dye is spelled D-Y-E and D-I-E means actually, like, dead. Anyway, so yes, I am planning to die because most people do eventually. But even if it was arranged, it's hilarious. Like, incredibly fucking funny. Like, I don't care if it's arranged or not. It's very funny. To me, it's like, it's just as funny as that guy in Ireland that backed his truck through the door of the Russian embassy because it was a special parking operation. Like, it's that levels of funny. It's like, this is... by all accounts, not something you should do. Very funny. Because of the way it's presented. You want it to be a surprise? I mean, I want all my affairs to be in order when I die. I'm just very, very comfortable with my own mortality. And I think that everybody should be. Old guy. Swix, what up? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. How's thing? How was OpenTTD? I was looking at a bit of that stream. By that, I mean, I was watching Bellinair, and then Bellinair raided you, and then I came back, and there was OpenTTD on my monitor, so I opened up OpenTTD for a bit. Not doing well? What's up? Anything I can help with? Probably not. Feel free to vent if you want. Don't if you don't. Ignore it if you want. It's all good. You is quacking wise. Well, I mean, I'm quacking ducks sometimes. Stone, it is early autumn, FYI. Year 390. God damn. So previously, like, a year in Longdeath was like 4 hours. We've been at this for about 2 hours, little more, and we're past halfway through a year. You don't know if you should blame you or just add, but I've been literally able to do nothing for uni/internship. What's the cause of you being able to do nothing? Like, are you just mentally incapable of doing it? Or, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I made the decision quite a number of years ago that I was just never going to do any form of post-secondary unless it's like paid for in a passion project, but I don't think I could handle the stress of the required investment to do it. Yeah, okay. Attention deficit disorder. Yeah, no, definitely. Have you gotten by being unmedicated your whole life? Okay. And I guess just like raising stress levels made it too much to deal with. That's not an uncommon struggle. I'm sure plenty of people in chat can like empathize with that. I mean, I have things that are wrong with my brain, but I don't have any of those things wrong with my brain. I'm just one of those people where I've spoken with enough therapists that they're like, you're bipolar. But like, I don't have an official diagnosis, but they're just like, you're probably bipolar. Especially because it runs so heavily in my family. Both of my sisters have variants of bipolar disorder. And I definitely have, not super frequent, but I do have relatively frequent manic episodes. Stone, if you're around, tributes are here. Both of them already. Just give me a shout when you are. Not quite a moon shape, but it's close enough. I mean, that's understandable. Heightened worry is like one of the biggest sources of micro stresses you can get. And, you know, like the world is at a hyper-stressed state right now, right? It's really frustrating when you see certain world leaders saying, doing this will not lead to, like, lowered tensions in Europe. And it's like, and your actions in the past 3 months have? Pardon? The most hypocritical wankers on earth. Bunch of cunts. But, you know, what can you really do? Aside from, as my dad says, throw money at the problem, which has been my way of making myself feel better. Your mom kind of broke and decided to stop working her stressful job in healthcare. I mean, healthcare has had a very high turnover rate because of the last 2.5 years, right? I mean, it makes sense. And, like, it's not really showing any signs of getting better, which certainly isn't good for a lot of people's ability to human. You know, at the end of the day, we all have, like, a limited capacity for our ability to complete certain tasks. And if those tasks are very stressful and at a heightened point in stress, like, everybody has a breaking point. Like, no matter how strong you are, no matter how tough you are, no matter how much fortitude you have, eventually you'll snap. And snapping is either going completely insane or losing that last bit of stability. And for me, snapping is like getting really mad on stream at somebody in a situation where I shouldn't, which is why I've changed my stream schedule to hopefully not have that happen anymore. Recently, that OCD is caused by dopamine deficiency, and now you understand why you've had it so bad at uni. Not being able to get over an ex for 5 years has not done you any good. Yeah, I believe it or not, separation anxiety is a type of trauma. You know what you get from a bad breakup? Fucking separation anxiety. You know what can give you post-traumatic stress? Mild post-traumatic stress, but still post-traumatic stress. Separation anxiety. It's kind of incredible how delicate we are as people. Like, it doesn't actually take a lot to completely break you. And I like just using Dwarf Fortress as an example because I'm playing the video game right now. It's like, people complain, it's like, oh man, this one dwarf's like friend died and they're broken for the rest of their life. It's like, fucking yeah. It's like, if your best friend died in front of you, like, you'd be fucked up for a good 6 months at least, maybe probably longer. So it's like 0 stars, game too realistic. It's like I lost a bunch of coworkers who I didn't even like in a car accident when I worked in fast food. And that still haunts me. They were carpooling home from work, and somebody came out and just sideswiped them, and all 4 of them died. That still haunts me. I didn't even like any of them. They were a bunch of assholes, but, like, they were assholes that I knew, you know? Was a manager who treated me like shit, and 3 just normal ass employees. Sent a text to a psych to see if you can get in contact with the person that is concerned with the meds there. Unfortunately, IRL legendary skills don't prevent breakdowns. In Dwarf Fortress, they do. They just prevent you from killing yourself. In Dwarf Fortress. Which is like the even darker way to end that. I'm just going to screenshot these for Stone. I don't know if they're here right now. They went to bed or something. Iron cap. Oh, damn. And Billy Goat and a donkey? Failed to concentrate on the long term, but required. Well, I mean, we all have patterns, right? Like it's called human behavioral patterns. Like we all have tendencies, biases, and patterns that we follow, right? Saving a life can cause PTSD too. Yep. You know, it's funny. I read an article a couple of years ago. Immersis, which was basically just the richer we get and the wealthier we get, and the more successful society gets as a whole, the more we have time to stop, sit down, and fucking think about how broken we are. And it's just like, because it was an article in response to another piece that was written on one of the major newspapers, and I think this article was on Vice, but they basically were saying that the reason mental health has gotten so bad is because we're bored. It's like, no, mental health has always been bad. We just actually have the time to think about it now. Erdim says, I'm Eliason from Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the metal. It's like the richer society gets and the more successful society gets, and the closer we get to like end game of human society, the more we can stop, slow down, and go, let's fix ourselves and make ourselves better and work less and do all these things. And then Putin's like, hey, let's invade Ukraine. And then the entire planet goes, oh, fuck! And throw that shit out the window. With OCD officially long ago, if there wasn't the risk that you would be put on a list and your driver's license would... Wait, why would you be revoked for OCD? Why would... Sorry, I don't have OCD. Why would having OCD get your driver's license revoked? What, the oh fuck, or the let's like sit down and think about our mental health? Because I don't know, I think that like the whole world was kind of heading in that direction. And like some places in the planet are already there, like Western North America from USA up into Canada is definitely there. Major Western cities are mostly there. But yes, portions of it have kind of gone back out the window. Certain parts of the world. It's one of the disorders that makes you do irrational things physically. Yeah, but like every person that I know that has OCD can drive. So it's just like, my sister-in-law can drive. Person I used to work with can drive. It's like, yeah, it gives you tics, but I don't know. I guess I've never met anybody with severe enough OCD that that'd be an issue. And Erdem says, farewell, Taylor. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. It's just not something I've never heard of before, so it's new. I mean, driving with verbal Tourette's is fine. The one kid that I knew growing up who had Tourette's could drive. He was also in cadets with us, which was really funny because, like, he was the only person who could curse back at the drill sergeant and not get scolded for it. So we'd be like, because I was in medic cadets growing up, which is St. John Ambulance, and it's just like they basically teach us to be ambulance attendants. But like we used to, like, once a year we would go to boot camp, which was literally like a week of like military training camp for medic cadets. And I did it 3 years in a row, and I hated it every fucking time. It was the worst fucking thing. But this one kid was always there who had Tourette's, and he'd just like stand at the back and just be like, fuck, really loudly. And like he was the only person that could do that and not get in trouble for it. And whenever there was somebody who was there that was new, everybody would be like, how was he able to? He has Tourette's. Oh. This is the funniest thing ever. It's very, very, very amusing. Was cadets mandatory? No. It's a volunteer organization if you want to join. Cadets is not mandatory in Canada for anything. But air cadets are pretty common. I knew lots of kids who were in air cadets. It's just like, it's like extra babysitting for kids when parents just want to leave their kids somewhere. They either put them in scouts or cadets. It's not mandatory. But my older sister was in St. John Ambulance, and so I joined St. John Ambulance, and it was good. Like, more useful than any fucking military cadets could ever be. I mean, I was in Scouts and St. John Ambulance. St. John Ambulance was just like, we teach you how to be like, if you're in St. John Ambulance, you get free first aid, free Red Cross, like first aid training, which is like a more advanced training, as well as free MFR if you get high enough up, which I did, which is medical first responder, which is the course below becoming an ambulance attendant. So if you have MFR, that's the prerequisite to being an ambulance attendant. Literally, like, they just train you to be an ambulance attendant, essentially. Also drill. That's like the only like military part of it is drill. So you learn to march and that shit. So yeah, I will be completely honest with you. If I wasn't a legally blind type 1 diabetic, I would go to Ukraine right now because I have enough medical training to be able to be an ambulance attendant with 3 weeks of training. So if I went back and redid my medical first responder, which is like a $300 course, which I could do very easily, and then went and got pre-rec for ambulance attendant, I could. I mean MFR, medical. I don't know what WFR is. But MFR is medical first responder. I don't know what WFR is. What fucking rainbow is what I think that is. I don't see no rainbow. Well, yeah. Wilderness first responder. Okay. I believe. I've never heard of that, but I believe you. So yeah, no, that's what St. John Ambulance was. It was pretty fun. I mean, the most fun I had in St. John Ambulance actually was two things: participating in and helping organize and run medical scenarios. So what we would do is we would get a whole bunch. We would get a whole bunch of makeup together and make a bunch of fake blood, and we'd buy a whole bunch of makeup and stuff, and we'd get a whole bunch of volunteers together, a bunch of parents and older kids, and we would get professional makeup artists in to gore us up. there was one time I had like a missing arm, and I had like a fake so my arm was like behind my shoulder, and I had like a big stub there, and I had like a little tube that had like a blood vein in it, and I had a pump in my back hand that was like wrapped behind my back, and I could squeeze it and shoot blood at people. So I had like a missing arm and like a bone sticking out of my leg, and I'd just like lie there and scream help me, and then like a bunch of 10-year-olds would run in and like do all the correct first aid on me and like fake tend all my wounds, and then they leave and another group would come in, like that kind of shit. And we got to do that once a year, and that was great fun. What was even better was one year we ran it, and I was with my older sister, and she had like an eye missing. So she had like a fake eye missing, and like a big ass gash down the side of her head, and like a fake burn, and a bunch of her hair missing. And then I had that arm thing with the squirty, and like a big bone sticking out my leg. And we walked into the 7-Eleven across the street and bought 2 bags of chips and a couple Red Bulls and left. And they were just like, "Are you okay? What's going on?" It just was like the funniest looks I've ever gotten at a gas station. I mean, obviously, like, it looked like makeup, but one of my favorite stories to tell related to this, though, was, there's a bunch of crutches in there. Can't sell that. There was, 1 year, that we went there and did this, and beforehand we always had to I can't sell these. There's too many watches in here. Anyway, one of the funniest things that happened was we had to make all of the blood beforehand. So like we would buy and make all of the materials ourselves, and then hire makeup artists to come in and do this stuff. But we had to make all of the fake blood. Now just some cost, pretty much. But the way that you make fake blood is with food dye, water, and cornstarch, right? So it's edible. It has roughly the same consistency of blood if you do it correctly. And we would just like mix it all up in the gym where we would practice and do drill and do our weekly meetings. And we would make it in ice cream pails and like the 10-gallon paint buckets, right? So we'd make like 100 gallons of blood, right? So we made all of these gallons of blood, and we put them in the back of, I think her name was Megan, the leader of our group's pickup truck. We put all these blood buckets, I guess, into the back of the pickup truck. And we went back inside, and we were just like talking after the meeting and like pre-planning stuff, and we were staying late. And then suddenly a police officer walks in and asks, it's like, "Out in the parking lot, whose truck is that?" And we're just like, "Oh God, we can explain." And he's just like looking at us very sus, like somebody saw blood coming out of it, because one of the buckets was leaking apparently, which we didn't realize. And there was blood like dripping out of the back of her truck and pooling at the wheel. And we walked outside. We're just like, "Listen, it's not what you think it is. It is edible." And they're just like looking at her. We open it up and we show them like these buckets full of fake blood. And he's just looking at her. We're St. John ambulance cadets. So this is like the most like suspect, like creepy conversation I've ever had with a group of cops, which I guess shows my white privilege that I've had so few issues with cops that I can just be like, "Yeah, it's not what it looks like." It's actually not what it looks like. But it was fun. Good times. Good memories. And then I dropped out when they started making me teach stuff, because I didn't really want to do that. Yeah, they're blood buckets, okay? It's totally normal thing that kids do, you know, make gallons and gallons and gallons of fake blood and put it in the back of a pickup truck. Nothing strange to see here, officer. Please move along. Eventually, like, they figured it out, and they thought it was quite funny, but, like, I mean, it doesn't smell like blood. It smells like cornstarch. All of us? That's kind of terrifying. How'd you hack into my webcam? And speaking of webcams, what's up, cutest? How is you? You surviving? Speaking of people surviving. This is making my hand hurt. Because I can't trade any of the pink things. The pink things are banned exports. Where does one get that much cornstarch? The bulk bin back when that was a thing. You can like, if you go to the bulk aisles of a lot of grocery stores around here, for the bigger chains, you can just get like bulk cornstarch or bulk tapioca starch. Like just with like a shovel, basically. Also, yeah, you don't need much cornstarch. It's like 10 parts water to 1 part cornstarch or something. Like it's not much. Costco. Yeah, I don't know where they got it, but like we would buy it in clear plastic bags back then. And so like we'd have like 3 bags like around yay big to make like 50 gallons of blood. I know it sounds like a lot of blood. Another thing that we would do for fun is we would like take the amount of blood that's in your body and just like pour it on the ground to show how much blood needs to leave somebody's body before they die. Which is like kind of a dark thing to say out loud, but at the same time, it's like, that's a lot of blood. So when you see somebody with like a head injury or like significantly less concerned where you're like, well, you're not literally drowning, so we're okay. What a time to tune into the stream, cutest. What a time. Although this is a conversation we've had before, so it's not too out of the ordinary. It truly puts into perspective the statement of we are 70% water. I'm talking about, just to catch anybody up who's just tuning in, I'm talking about when I was in first aid cadets with St. John Ambulance and doing first aid scenarios with realistic makeup and fake blood. That's what I'm talking about. And the one time that we almost got arrested for blood dripping out of the back of my leader's truck. True story. Is this channel's version of biannual bear safety and Jess's channel? I mean, it's got nothing to do with bear safety, but hold on. This is me searching for an image on my computer. There. I showed this image only a few streams ago. Just have to find it. Really need to organize these photos better. Oh, I didn't even know I still had that one. Well, I'll show this one because I haven't shown this one before. Bear! That's, this was taken on a, one of those indestructible Nokia flip, slide phones. When I think 2009, 2010, 2008, somewhere around there. Bear. I mean, I moved out in 2012, so yeah, it's been a while since I lived there. I've got more photos of that bear. Hold on. Let me scroll down. I have to dig for him. Somewhere there's a video of it too, but not sure where. Maybe it's a video of a different bear, I don't know. Can't remember, being honest. Oh, this is another photo of it. Bear! I mean, this wasn't zoomed in at all. This was just me holding the camera and pointing at it. This camera didn't have zoom on it because it was a cell phone camera. This is a small bear. Little black bear. Oh, this is the photo I was looking for. That's the good one. Bear! Have y'all seen the video of the bear snapping the rope and hitting itself in the nuts? I have. It's as classic as like the baby panda sneezing and mom jumping really high. It's one of the classic like internet videos. Yeah, it's just a little back. It's just a little black bear. It's fine. Black bears are pretty chill. Just like don't get between them and their children, and don't get between them and their food. Well, he's like, why have you been following me and taking photos? What's even funnier was while I was taking that photo, my mom was screaming at me from the porch saying, there's a bear! And I'm like, I know, Mom! As I'm pushing my bike up the driveway. My mom was not very impressed with me that day for like following this bear and taking photos of it for 10 minutes. The bear was pretty chill. Wasn't getting any... I was like backing up from it and keeping my distance. Bears are pretty chill. Just like, just don't get between them and their food. And if you see baby, run because you don't know where mom is. Cows are much scarier. Bulls are scarier. Because bulls see you and they're like, you're taller than me. Threat. Roar! Whereas bear is like, oh, look, a human. I'm going to go back to eating my food now. It's an artifact. Bears are super chill. Unless you're removing their food from their mouth. As long as you're not doing that, they all good. I miss the bears. We don't really get bears in this part of town. I'm too far into the city. They do show up every now and again. Like, it was like 2011 or so. There was a story that went viral of a bear that rode from Mount Seymour down into downtown, North Van, Vancouver, on the top of a garbage truck, and they had to trank it. They had to tranquilize it and pull it down to get it out safely, which is amazing. It's almost as Canadian as that story of the beaver that took out a whole town's internet for a week in small town northern BC at the very beginning of the pandemic. Like some of the most Canadian stories you can have. Okay, we're good. I mean, cows are fine. Like, domestic cattle are pretty chill, but the more wild they get, yes, the scarier they get. Like, my neighbors used to have cows, and they were super chill. Like, they'd see us, and they'd come running up to the fence because they knew that we would, especially in the summer, they knew that we would, what's it called? They knew that we were going to grab the apples that had fallen out of the tree that had worms in them and give it to them. Because we had apple trees in my house growing up. And every summer we would, and like they didn't really, like they slaughtered 1 or 2 of them every year, but they'd always have like 5 or 6, and a lot of them were milkers. And like they were pretty like free cows. Like they had a very large field to wander around. They were happy cows. But yeah, they would just like casually walk up to us and take the apples out of our hands. The cows are about as smart as a dog. Like they recognize people. They know their name. Bear got washed into Montreal for during Jesus Christ. Are you okay there, Orange? Cows can be like dogs? Yeah. No, cows are sweet. I like cows. Oh, during COVID? Okay. Washed? What do you mean by washed? Sounds like there was a really big flood and it floated in on a raft. They love a good scratch. I mean, they're big and they don't really have an easy way of itching themselves. I'm not surprised they love a good scratch. There's a really cute video of that I saw on like /RA, I think a couple of months ago, maybe last year sometime, of a girl walking up to this cow and it just like bumps into her and just like knocks her over. And then she just like wraps around its head and they just cuddle. It's the cutest thing ever. It's like reunited with my cow after coming home from school or something was like the name of it. And from that, the comments of that thread, I learned that these exist. I learned that miniature fluffy cows exist. And also I learned through that research into miniature fluffy cows that not only do miniature fluffy cows exist that are like the size of dogs, but you can get seeing eye cows if you're visually impaired. I'm just saying. Yeah, for like legally blind people can get seeing eye cows. So all I'm saying, can we like make miniature cows a more common pet because they're also a fully automatic backyard lawnmower? I mean, come on. It's like a dog that lives as long as a dog, is as cute as a fucking dog, and cuts your grass for you. I mean, look at these little fuckers. They're so cute. God damn. Like, come on. They're so cute. Holy shit. I want one. Like, I obviously, I don't actually want one, but I want to pet one. I mean, look at this. Look at this little guy. This is so fucking cute. Holy shit. Like, gimme. Anyway, enough of that. Japan pigs and indoor ducks seem to be pretty common already. Indoor, like, ducks make really good pets because if you have them from birth, they imprint on you and they think you're their parent. Plus fertilizer for your garden. Exactly! You're like right now, Fabulous, or recently? I mean, come on, like any little kid who likes cute animals sees one of those, of course they're gonna be like, I want one! Sheep though? I mean, sheep are, I don't know, I don't think sheep are as cute as those. Last week, oh wow. Happy that wasn't my fault. Sheep are the best lawnmowers? Sure, but like, I don't think sheep's diets are as varied as cattle. Like, cows can kind of almost eat anything, right? Sheep are more just grazers, aren't they? Like, you need a lot of lawn for them. Like, you need property for sheep. Whereas, like, a mini cow, you can just kind of give it leftovers. Because they'll eat schlop as well. Like, they'll eat, like, grass, but they'll also just the other stuff. That wool isn't as common to be sold by farmers anymore. Well, unfortunately, there's no fast food industry selling mutton, and there's no, and fast fashion just uses, what's the word I'm looking for here? Polyester. Or cotton. Or various plastics for clothing. Your mom gets a lot of free wool in the summer now. Does your mom own sheep? For lawn maintenance meats. Oh, okay. Yeah. Little floofy sheep. Are those fully grown? I have a question. At what age do they grow the bell? Because needs more cowbell. I'm just going to channel my inner Nazareth and just ting, 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 ting. Hair on the dog. Needs more cowbell. Because it always needs more cowbell. All right, so the merchants are now heading home. Got a ton of shit to put away. Hey, chat, anybody interested in making music? Ben Prunty's doing an AMA on Twitter. Of course, I'm there to just ask about records. But that's cool. Just gonna post that on Discord. Ben Prunty's one of my heroes, quite literally. Switzerland has those little sheep? Okay. Oh, really? And just ask some farmers. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, like, I guess if you're raising sheep for their meat, then you'll just end up with a bunch of wool that you don't need. So, yeah, I could see that. Makes sense. Isn't that a nursery rhyme, Frog Fryer? It's been a long time since I thought of those. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I accidentally sell stuff I wasn't supposed to? Okay, no. Then there's somebody tantruming. Okay, Criven's throwing a tantrum. That's not good. Where's Criven? Got a crime's being committed. Beat the shit out of one of my merchants. They know. Okay. 1 count of disorderly conduct. Anybody going to go rescue that dwarf? Recover wounded. My mayor's recovering the wounded. Come on. Don't let him die. Yep, you are completely correct. That is a nursery rhyme. Baba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, yes, sir. 3 bags full. Gotcha. Yeah. Absolutely remember that. So Malden and Dastop both got beaten. Ability to stand lost wounds. Diagnosis required and Quatch required. Well. You can't be that bad. Right upper leg is broken. Ooh, that seems pretty brutal. Axon's coming to diagnose patients. Going to convict Criven. Who gets a beating. Pity. Proper prison sentence would do him some good. Diagnosis done on Malden. Compound fracture in their left foot and their foot smashed apart. Their ankle has a compound fracture and is cut apart. And their ankle needs setting and they have light bruising. Need surgery, sutures, dressing, setting, dressing, and immobilization. It's a fun menu. I like it. And so imagine just like you're lying on the surgery table and Tele, the mayor, is just here going, I feel so good, and is talking with him and feels so happy when talking with a friend and is just like talking with them and they're just like, shut up, man. I'm in pain. So we need 2 picks and 1 crutch and and you need 3 low boots. Iron pick 3, wood crutch 3, iron low 3. I don't know how many they wanted. Only needs one table? Yeah, but I mean, if you have multiple dwarves injured, you need multiple tables. Depends on how big your hospital is, really. But it doesn't need anything, actually. Like, you could have a hospital zone that has nothing in it, and they will do their best. Actually, the only thing it really needs is a chest, so they can store items in there. Beds are optimal, and eventually you will need a, what's it called? Eventually you will need a, a traction bench. Tables are optional. Tables just mean that surgery will be more efficient, and they use tables as part of surgery. Traction benches are the only thing that's actually required for bone setting. Oh, someone else reporting a crime. Yeah, traction benches to, like, fix their back. I wonder if the friends talking to their wounded friends eases their pain a bit. I think it depends. Pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item, gratitude after being rescued, shaken after that. No comments about that. Yeah, Malden definitely didn't get any good thoughts out of it. But she is impervious to the effects of stress after retching a miasma in 388 and is completely oblivious to the concept of neatness and will just leave things strewn about without a care. Or will be fine. Criven got a good beating. We're going to go recover wounded. Well, at the very least, my doctors get to do doctory things, which makes them happy. Do it is applying a cast to the merchant. Grabbing a bucket of water real quick. Nice rack. Is that what you're saying? Very creative and unique. Definitely never seen that joke before. Okay, so you're now going to go report another crime. Because you're up and moving on a crutch with a foot in a cast. The weakest dwarf. Let's find somebody who's really weak. And ideally you want someone who's kind of cruel, but a dwarf that likes fighting also works. So a dwarf that seeks out stressful situations and a dwarf that's weak. Because if they're strong, then they will just, like, kill the dwarf. Which you really don't want, regardless of what kind of weapon they're using. Because they'll just punch them and their heads will explode. So you need a dwarf that isn't super strong. And a dwarf that's either sometimes cool or can handle stress, one of the two. Both is better. But sometimes cruel is kind of a rare trait, so. At least among dwarves. My community is too kind. What do we do? But, hi, I am hashtag. Welcome back. Chad, did you hear that? You're too kind. Stop being so kind. Oh. I think that's your second in a row, is it not? Yeah, it is. You did. You did get caught in that 10-pack. Well, I mean, it is what it is. Go make the best of them emotes. I mean, how long did you not have the emotes for? It must have been like maybe a day or two at most, right? Because I think you were gifted to by Navy originally, which those all wore out on Sunday, I think. Because it had been 30 days. A week and it was... Well, I mean, They keep me funded and they keep you emoted. Thanks for just being around enough to be able to receive emotes, you know? Because I wouldn't be able to do this full time if it wasn't for people throwing bits and gift subs around, you know? That's kind of a fact. Well, bits, gift subs, and Patreon. Patreon is how we actually maintain stability here. The bits, gift subs, and my Prime subs and all that stuff is what pays my bills primarily. It's like right now, Twitch is about half my income, Patreon is a quarter, and then the rest is like tips and other things like YouTube. For second fort ever in a couple of hours, do you have any suggestions? First one, you basically just followed the wiki to the letter from embark choices all the way until goblins realized you had no door. Well, follow the wiki, right? Like you said. Settle somewhere that isn't too intense. And, I really need to change that command from today in Fortress to just videos. Hold on, I'm gonna do that. But follow the wiki, but build a door and a drawbridge. Be my suggestion. There we go. I've updated the Patreon command now. But another thing that you can do is, like, you know how you start off with like a yak and a bull or something, two animals that haul your wagon. Pasture them in front of the front door and build a door right away, and you will and set it up so that you can lock your dwarves inside when an enemy siege shows up or when a were creature shows up, and you'll never have any problems with were creatures. That's probably my biggest tip. But what I would do is, like, every single fort, try and learn something, right? So say you're going to start a fort. Say, okay, I'm going to learn, like, you've learned the basics with your other fort, right? Your next fort, okay, learn how to do the basics, but better, right? Learn how, because, like, the whole goal when learning Dwarf Fortress, in my opinion, shouldn't be, I want to min-max everything and, like, have a perfectly running fort, because that's boring. What I would recommend is with every fort, try and learn something and get a little better at it. Be like, all right, this fort, we're gonna learn how to pump things using pumps, and build like a simple fort where you pump some water around, and then say, okay, now this time we're gonna learn how to pump lava. So pump on like go to a volcano and learn how to make magma safe pumps, and say, okay, this time we're going to mess around with floodgates. Okay, so then you mess around with floodgates, and then you go, all right, this time we're going to, and just keep doing that and working your way up until you have a goblin for mayor. Exactly, Diamond. See, you are completely correct. I love that started off as a genuine goal and now has just become a running joke. It's just like, then eventually you'll have a gremlin as your mayor. Hey, Bass Relic? Is it Bass Relic? I think it's Bass Relic. Thanks for the raid. How was your fort today? The dwarfs were kind to you. Cheers. Thank you much. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the fellow dwarfy raider? Sometimes it's a lot to take in, and you get a bit of a decision paralysis sometimes. Yeah, I mean, that happens to me sometimes, too. Usually, like, if that happens, it means it's time to go make a new fort, right? Or it's time to find some inspiration somewhere, so it's time to do something completely different. Like, if you have, like, a decision paralysis, well, it's time to manufacture a cave-in error and cause some calamity and, like, then try and fix it. Or it's time to invade the goblins, let the goblins show up. Or it's time to try and do something completely different. Right? Like it is very much kind of a decision paralysis game. But I think that's like to its advantage. Another count of disorderly conduct against Criven. Another beating. Great. Imagine getting out of the hospital and then getting beaten again. Back to the hospital for another 2 months. Boy. It's the hard knock life for dwarfs. It's the hard knock life for dwarfs. Thwack. Shoutouts to Orphan Annie for that earworm. Speaking of earworms, I've just had Stars by Hum stuck in my head for the past few days because I was listening to that CD while I was gardening. Which, I don't know if anybody's noticed it, but that's why my Discord status is just Outback counting stars, because that's a line from that song. Because she thinks she missed the train to Mars. She's Outback counting stars. Such a fucking sad song, though. One of those songs where you're like, yeah, this is a jam, and then you listen to the lyrics and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna cry. Fucking love that shit. Retired a fortress due to a heavy aquifer, and then it had 200 population when you started the next one. Yeah, I mean, like, in Mothfall, Hotbeards, the previous fortress I had, has like 750 dwarves in it now. I'll say this about like aquifers though. In current game, aquifers have been nerfed. So now there's like if you haven't played in a while and you're scared of aquifers, there's 3 different kinds of aquifers in the game currently. There's light aquifers, varied aquifers, and heavy aquifers. Varied aquifers and heavy aquifers are the one to avoid, because varied can be anything from like almost nothing to like a fucking geyser, whereas heavy aquifers are the classic like wall of water, and light aquifers are like so mild you can just dig straight through them and kind of just ignore them for all intents and purpose. So like if you played the game previously and like had a bad time with aquifers, just know that like the only ones that are really a concern now are the heavy ones and the varied ones, and even the varied ones aren't so bad usually. The varied ones are like gambling, kind of. Like you might have a traumatic experience. You might have something that's just totally fine. A non-issue. I mean, I also retired a fortress in my other world that had an oopsie that I caused that accidentally flooded half the fort.
Woo 13.
Woo 13, the lucky number 13. Check, and I got a big round of beers for Lake Bear keeping that sub alive for a year plus 1 month. Thank you very much for the year and 1 month. Big thanks. There go all the wagons. Bye, Durfs. So we're into late autumn. We're going to play through until spring. And then when we hit spring, I'm going to go get lunch. Whoa, why is there, like, blood everywhere? Oh, that's not blood. It's rye beer. Okay, who is, like, chucking glasses of beer everywhere? Militia captain. I'll bet you that you were drinking some rye beer and it got spilled. Anyway, that's a big-ass waste of beer. Clean that up, dwarves. Home from work now? Hell yeah. Anyway, so when we hit spring, we will listen to half of a record. I will go do lunch. And when I come back from lunch, then we will finish up Mothfall. The plan for the day is to get Mothfall to its natural end state which is one more siege against goblins and finishing up the main tower that we're building. I'm not going to do any more in that fort. And then tomorrow we're going to start a new fort in that world, and I want to settle in that haunted forest. So if you want to see me settle in a haunted forest, haunted tropical jungle, nonetheless, tune in tomorrow, because that's the plan for tomorrow. And we'll be doing that from the start. So we're going to do a good chunk of that tomorrow. Should be good. Which means it could be as like haunted forests can be as unexciting as like everything is dead and there's cobwebs everywhere, all the way up to it's raining mucus or blood or vomit or pus or various other bodily fluids, or it could be, yo, there's like clouds of smoke that turn you into a zombie when it touches you. Haunted biomes can be varying in extremes, but hopefully we get like one of the lesser intense ones, but hopefully it's not just raining mucus because nobody likes that. So if you get your arm chopped off and hauled off to hospital, and you get fixed up, and then the cloud flows over your arm, there will be a zombie arm. But if you can't have like a still attached limb zombified, right? So like a dwarf could have their nose chopped off, and that nose could become zombified, and the nose is like crawling towards you to try and like grab you. My favorite thing ever was somebody got chopped up into a lot of pieces in a siege, and their neck became a zombie. And so, like, the siege was over, and I was like, oh, no, people are still getting started, because I saw combat reports popping up, and I was like, oh, geez, so there's still fighting happening. And the only thing that was left alive on the enemy side was a neck. And it was just like, trying to attack us. It was crawling in as fast as it could. It was moving very slowly. I sent my entire army after it, and they stomped it. Stepped on it a couple times, and it fell apart. It wasn't exactly very threatening. I mean, it was just a neck, but it's like, how would that happen? Head get chopped off, body get chopped off, neck is left, I guess. Like 2 quick swipes, like swipe for head, swipe again for neck. Neck is decapitated. I mean, it's not like the head was still attached. No, that would be concerning. If there was a living human with their head still attached and like a bandage on their neck and their neck skin was somehow like separated, although like weirder things have happened in Dwarf Fortress, so maybe like somehow like they got punched so hard their neck skin flew off. I don't know. Did he call it a draw? What, the neck? I think he called it a jaw. Anyway, where am I going with this? Right, I was gonna do clothing. Anyway, Cutest, how's your week been? How have you been surviving? That might give you nightmares? What, me calling it a jaw? Or I mean, it's about as silly as like that scene. Actually, it's a lot like that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean 1 when they're on the Black Pearl and the skeletons are sieging the thing. Might be the greatest enemy you've heard of. No problem, Bass Relic. And they're climbing up onto the ship, and then the very cowardly general guy is like holding the door shut, and then the arm comes in and he goes and cuts the arm off. And the arm falls on the ground, and they close the door and locks it, and he goes, there's an arm on the ground, and the arm starts coming towards him, and then he picks it up and he goes, ah! And then he sticks it in the drawer and slams it shut, and he's like, and then the drawer just like starts bouncing because there's like the living arm in there, and then like the curse gets lifted, and then there's just like a decapitated arm in his drawer. He's like, ugh! It's literally like that, but like a neck. That's like the best scene in all of Pirates of the Caribbean. Because it was just so fucking funny the first time I saw that. I just remember me and my whole family, like, crowded around our little tube TV in the mid-2000s, like, laughing hysterically at that scene. Such a good scene, and they had to, like, completely destroy that series. Side note, so I was in the liquor store over the weekend briefly. There's a selection of so war in the Ukraine, Russia being a bunch of dumb fucks. Canada removed all Russian vodka from the shelves, right? So there you can't buy Smirnoff, you can't buy any like Russian or Russian branded vodka in liquor stores here now. So they still have this empty section of vodkas. So they've replaced them all with celebrity vodkas, right? So you can now buy that Crystal Skull vodka, and like they're all like lower rung vodkas, but like various random vodkas like that are owned by celebrities. And I have a question. How in the fuck have they not made a Pirates of the Caribbean rum yet? I went looking for it and I couldn't find anything. How has that not happened? Why? How hasn't Johnny Depp made like a Yar Matey rum yet? Like, I mean, maybe it exists. Disney? Fucking who cares about goddamn Disney? I mean, like, Johnny Depp could make a Johnny Depp branded rum. Like, it doesn't need to be related to Pirates of the Caribbean. Johnny Depp could make a Johnny Depp related rum. You're doing some math problems for programmers and there's a problem about two bandits shooting at cans? I can't believe it. They even have Star Trek wine? They have Star Trek wine? I mean, okay, sure. What is it called? Earl Grey hot? Tea, Earl Grey, hot. That's wine. Can we name the rum Dirt? Yeah, I mean, like, he could make a jar of dirt rum. And it would sell gangbusters. And, like, they could just make it like a generic, like, jar with, like a big jar lid. Like, you know how they sometimes sell moonshine in, like, mason jars? They could do that. I mean, Disney has to sell alcohol. Hold on. Disney. So I've done this Google, and I'm not getting any brands. I'm just getting Disney-themed drinks and alcoholic drinks at Disneyland. There's a Lilo and Stitch Pina Colada. That checks out. Top 10 drinks at Walt Disney World. I mean, that's the only logical thing to do at one of those parks is drink. Anyway. Any wild animal. I often end up putting, like, tame bears. Anything that doesn't need to graze is a good guard animal in DF. Like, I've had guard chickens before. They're fine. But, you know, it would sell mad. It would sell well enough to be worth doing. Speaking of things that would sell well enough to be worth doing, on my Discord, I posted a link to Ben Prunty, who's doing an AMA about music and music creation and music production and writing music for video games. Go pester him to release it on cassette, his albums on cassette or record, so that I can buy them. They have a lot of it from what you know. Star Trek wine. Hold on, I'm gonna Google Star Trek wine now. I mean, if F1 drivers can make wine, and also shoe-shaped decanters. They can make Star Trek wine. Because Cutest, have you seen Daniel Ricciardo's shoe decanter? Holy fuck, they do. Star Trek, what? They also have Star Trek inspired bottles? Okay, that's just cool. Anyway. You haven't seen that? Okay, hold on. It's like $700, but the Ricardo decanter, it is shaped like a fucking shoe. They're only selling $1,100 and they're like $1,000. But yes, it is. Not only is it shaped after a shoe, but it's shaped after one of his racing shoes. Also, we're into winter. The game is saving, so you're not missing anything. It's here. Here's a link if you care. Send those bottles to one of the YouTubers if they like the show. That's kind of awesome, actually. Well, I mean, I'm a YouTuber, but I'm not famous enough to get bottles of wine sent to me. Shoe wine? Schwein! Call those bacon. But yeah, no. I mean, see, so when he wins races in Formula 1, Oswix, he does a shoey. He's the Aussie driver, and he will pour the champagne in. He'll take his shoe off, pour the champagne into his shoe, and chug it. That's a thing that he does, so. To have no idlers? Okay, two things. First, idlers are good. You should have idlers. Having no idlers is bad. Second, socializing. Well, first off, I have like no dwarves in this fort, but give them space to socialize. Give them taverns, give them temples, give them guild halls, give them places where they can go relax. But idlers is an artifact of old DF that should have been removed a decade ago, and Tarns said as much. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. No, so idlers just mean that you have dwarves that have no job. Having dwarves that have no job is good, because then when the next job starts up and becomes available, dwarves can go do things. There is actually a chart that showed up that was that I saw on Twitter recently, which I reposted on my Discord somewhere, which was basically just like a chart of what people are doing in hunter-gatherer societies, and like the vast majority of the time they're doing nothing. It's like idling is what they're doing the majority of the time. Let's see if I can find that article. Oh, here it is. Sounds fantastic. So yeah, no, idlers are good. So every dwarf needs a break, right? So you don't, if a dwarf is working 24/7, every dwarf needs to socialize, every dwarf needs to not drop their food on the ground and make clouds of miasma appear. Every dwarf needs to socialize, every dwarf needs a break. So there is no ratio. Your dwarves should take breaks. And you need dwarves that are finishing jobs and then moving on to the next job. If every dwarf is 100% worked all the time, your dwarves will eventually go nuts. Because they need a break. It's just like real life, right? Because there's some things that Dwarf Fortress simulates a little bit too well to the point where it annoys people. It simulated capitalism too effectively, which is why coins were removed from the game, and it also simulated well, not removed, but their usage was removed. Same with it simulated inflation too efficiently. Another thing that it simulates rather accurately for what it is, even though it's an abstracted simulation, is mental health. And you need a break. You need to socialize. So there is no like best ratio for working dwarves to idle dwarves. But what you need is you need that number to be blinking on. The reason it's so low in this fort is because I only have 40 dwarves in this fort. Because this fort is 385 years old. Because we're trying to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years. But in a normal fort where you have like 150, 200 dwarves, you should always have like 20, 30 idlers, because they are ending one job and moving to the next one. If you have 0 idlers, it means that your work is inefficient and they're not finishing their jobs quickly. They should be finishing their jobs quickly and moving to the next job. And a job in Dwarf Fortress is socializing. So if you have a ton of idlers, it means probably that you need a tavern. So you should make a tavern for your dwarves so that when they're not idling, they go and socialize and spend time with other dwarves. Or they need to meditate and pray to their gods. So you should also have temples so that when they are idling, if there is no job that they can go do, they can then go relax, right? So if you have a large number of idlers, it means you probably need a temple. And if you have 0 idlers, it means you're overworking them. So I don't really have a ratio for you, but what I can say is that dwarves need to be doing things, but working isn't necessarily what they need to be doing, which is actually kind of interesting. All my dwarves are making clothes, and this dwarf is doing a clothes making demonstration. This one down here is telling a story. That is not idling. This dwarf is idling. They have no job, but if I stare at them for a second, they'll probably pop into a job because they're looking for something to do right now, meaning they probably just finished thinking about something because they're in the library right now. So they're heading somewhere. They're gonna go do something. Oh, they probably found something. Maybe not. They might be trying to socialize, but there's nobody around. That, or they just need a job. Yeah, they probably just need jobs. So if I give this dwarf, let's just say weaving, they'll go weave thread into cloth, and they're no longer idling. That dwarf is a merchant, though, so they're like a fringe case. But like with normal dwarves, it's literally like, that's what they need. Sound is off on your screen. Go and reload. The only one? Okay. I mean, I think you're the only one. I don't think I'm muted. Chat, am I muted? Do I have any books in my library? I have about 400, all written by us. No copies. Well, we do have copies. It's like 700 copies. What? I can't hear you, Blind. I can't hear you either, old guy. Check your hearing aids. Sorry. Your name's old guy, so I gotta make the old people jokes. Not muted? Good. But yeah, I think one of the bigger misconceptions with Dwarf Fortress, and I think that you can blame games like RimWorld for this, is that idlers is a bad thing. Idlers is not a bad thing. You need idlers because then you have workers. It's like when people have no idlers and they're like, why is nobody pulling this lever? It's like, well, you have no idlers. Duh. You need a gremlin for that? Naturally. Yeah. Maximum efficiency. Gremlin. My tummy's starting to grumble. Ugh. Boy. I have a question, Cutest. What's the status on being able to buy video games in Russia right now? Or are you just like completely relegated to piracy these days? Like I'm just genuinely curious. Like, can you still access Steam accounts and such? Or is it just like purchasing stuff? Cheers. I mean, I'll be on tomorrow and the day after, and I'll also be on still for another, I mean, I've been on for 5 hours. So 7 hours left minimum. Is it just purchasing? So then with things like, are things like itch available though? Like that's what I like, because itch is such an open platform with what you can do. Like, I'm assuming you could still download anything that's free. You just didn't buy games in ages. So, I mean, fair. I don't know. Shit's just in such a weird spot. Not 100% sure. I know that because there was a developer the other day that was tweeting that he was still getting sales from Russia. Like a game developer that I follow. It was a developer of Rise to Ruins. It was like not even 2 weeks ago. He was just like, yeah, I'm still getting sales from Russia. What? I thought they turned this off. So I'm still kind of curious. Speaking of curious Russia and good causes, a developer that you should be following especially keeping an eye on what he's working on, is the developer of Ostriv, who's making town builder called Ostriv, which you can buy, but is currently doing this, by the way. And you can, if you donate to his PayPal, you can help them do this. So shout outs to them. But also, because they don't have access to their main working computer, they're working on a minimalistic city builder. Go post positive thoughts on this so that they finish making this for a couple of bucks, because, you know, this looks cool. I would love to see that finished. I love minimal city builders. Who? Here's a link to the tweet. It does, doesn't it? I mean, it looks kind of like, what's it called? Mini motorways and all those games. Larry and Harry was nice. They decided to shoot. Oh, is this the math problem that you were working on? They decided to place some Coca-Cola cans on a log, not more than 10, and Harry started to shoot cans in order, starting from the left to right. Larry, this is like the most stereotypical American question I've ever seen. At some point, they shot through the last can, and Harry is scandalized and told Larry that he owes him a lot of money because Larry deprived him of the pleasure shoot through several cans. Larry answered that only Harry owes him even more money because of the same reason, and you're out of letters. That is a very strange math problem. some like teacher somewhere was writing that question and was really fucking bored. I think one can buy a game on Steam by putting money on maybe wallet with a Kazakhstan currency or something. Okay, so it is still possible. Interesting. Sounds messy, but yeah. No. Anyway, Oswix, I'll tell you this. I'm keeping the everybody in Halcyon Frequency up to date on that thing. If that thing comes out, you'll hear about it because me and Bellinair will probably stream it if they get around to releasing it. I mean, he says that he's just been working on it in his spare time when they're in between volunteering and stuff. Sounds like 5 cans. Probably 5 cans. 5 cans of soda. Yeah. It sounds like that song, 15 bottles of beer on the wall, 15 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around, 14 bottles of beer on the wall. Yeah, this also sounds like a financial racket. To me, if I had to, say a comment. This sounds like a racket. Some people are even buying Twitch subs with the same methods. I'd almost advise it against that, but I don't know. If you're on the right side politically and living in Russia right now, I would say save your money and take care of yourself. It's okay to be selfish sometimes. Because I don't envy anybody living in Russia right now, because one, it's scary as shit of what you can actually say. And 2, your economy is doing its best interpretation of a nuclear explosion. As much as they're denying it, that economy is doing the equivalent of. So it's terrifying to see. Don't envy you. To be honest, actually, Cutest, I'm shocked that you still talk as brazenly as you do at this point. It's not a good time for anyone involved? No. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people out there that are in the wrong. and saying some really stupid shit online, but there's also a lot of people that are just being like, zip, for obvious reasons. But, and before I get called a Nazi again for having Russian friends. Did you get actually on this subject, Cutest, did you get the chance to watch that full interview on Sky News? That clip was from? I showed it to my dad, and it's just like his jaw landed in his lap by the end of it. Hey, wait, what? Good to see you. Started an argument of who owes more, but neither of them remembered how many cans were there, and none of them wanted to search the cans around the place, so both of them remembered how many cans they shot themselves with this data. Find how many cans Harry didn't shoot and how many Larry didn't shoot. Can I just say this, Phil and Phil? I think drugs were involved, or a lot of alcohol was involved with Harry and Larry. I think that like they should really like have better communication before they begin these recreational activities, because frankly, like if you're so forgetful and then you're going to start charging your friend for the number of cans you did or did not bring that you're going to shoot, this just seems like a really good way of destroying a friendship to me. Sorry, this was a math problem. Russian people are people. You can literally just leave it at that. Some old guy. Didn't want to waste time on it. Is it worth it? Yes. It's the most cornered I've ever seen Peskov. I don't think that's a fair statement, Sarmation. But I don't really want to argue with people, so we'll leave it at that. Not in that kind of mood today. You need to be able to make a code to do the math. Yeah, but I think that like Harry and Larry here need to like learn to be better friends so the math isn't necessary. But like, you know, I'm just saying that I think that the problem is silly. Yes, but we don't live 300 years ago. We're living in the modern era, Sarmation. But like I said, I don't really want to argue with you on this. It's the most cornered I've seen him since this conflict started. How's that? Cutest. At least on public Western media. Figuring out what the current conversations are. Programming, math problem, and politics. The Harry and Larry Cowboys thing, shooting at cans, is a math problem that Phil and Phil's trying to do. And I'm telling Sarmation to be less prejudiced in my chat. Please and thank you. People are people. Nobody's perfect. And trying to just talk about, like, the state of the world with Cutest right now. Mm-hmm. And most of my family is German. What of it? Like, are we here to talk about generations of guilt? Or are we here to talk about the world right now as is? Like, if you want to talk about history, that's a different subject. History. He seems like an utter sociopath to me. In a shitty job. I do not agree that he seems like an okay guy. If you're willing to take that job in the first place, I don't think you're an okay person. But yeah, Sarmatian. An entire half of my extended family is German, and I still talk about that sort of thing with my grandmother. So, and what you are saying is literally prejudice, because you're saying all of a certain group of people. That is prejudice. That is like the textbook definition of cultural prejudice. So you can't say something that's very prejudiced and say that's not prejudice. It's literally the textbook definition of prejudice. That's the code to solve the problem, by the way. Oh, thank you. That looks like a lot of int and inputs and split and print and hyphens and brackets. Like, Sarmatian, like, not to just, like, attack you here, but you were literally doing the classic line of, I'm not racist, but with prejudice. Like, the key to not being prejudiced is growing up and moving on. And unfortunately, the world is putting us in positions where that's very difficult. And it sucks. Nobody wins. Smith bronze, I think, is the right color. Nope, that's yellow. Well, then I can put that up here. Which bismuth bronze do I have right now? Let's just do a tile of 4. Okay. You catching up with the conversations yet? Wait, what? A lot of brackets. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of brackets. A couple hyphens in there, too. Some letters. You just did, though. You just said Russians always were okay with their government, does with what the government does, no matter how now communism started. Yeah, like you literally just said that, though. So unless you want to like be much more clear with your statements, you can't say shit like that in the current era. It doesn't matter what governments are doing. You can't blame an entire population. Like, yes, there are certainly people that are okay with it, but there's also certainly people that are not. And there are people that are not that live there in this chat right now as proof that what you're stating is fucking false. So I'm not calling you racist or prejudiced. I'm just stating that the statement that you said was prejudice. Right? I'm not accusing you of anything. I just stated that the statement that you said was prejudice. And you said that it wasn't prejudice. No, that what you are saying is prejudice. You're walking yourself in a circle, and it's very silly. I recommend against that. Dwarf is tantruming. I'm just simply picking apart your statements, but also you're not a native English speaker, I don't think, and I am, so it's an unfair argument in the first place. Also, I'm the one at the microphone, and you're typing in a Twitch chat, so this is an unfair argument on all levels, and there's no winning for either of us. So all we can really do is just say, please, if you're going to say something that's prejudice, don't try and deny it, because what you're saying is literally the textbook definition of prejudice. Every now and again, I'll slip and say something fucking stupid, and people call me out on it, and I listen. The point of moving forward as a species is being better than the people that came before us. And just because there are still people out there that are bad doesn't mean that you can blame every single human being in a particular plot of land for being okay with something that isn't okay. Just because some of them are. So, I don't know. Maybe this is just my Western privilege talking. No, it's not, because they rigged the elections. It's like if they had a fair democratic system, then okay. Could see an argument to be made. I don't think you actually committed any crimes. No, you didn't. I need to watch this dwarf. No, they're okay. So if you want to take that point of view, then I have a genuine question. Why are you even discussing this? Why are you pushing back against what I'm saying? I don't speak for my country. I speak for me as a person. I am me. I am one person. I don't fucking care what the rest of my country says. I don't care what any other country says. That's not relevant to this discussion. This discussion is entirely based on me and this Twitch chat, right? So if you say something prejudiced in my Twitch chat, I'm going to call you out for it. It doesn't fucking matter what the rest of the world has to say. It doesn't fucking matter what the rest of the planet has to say. All right? If you say something racist in my chat, I will call you out for it. It doesn't fucking matter what the rest of the world has to say. It doesn't fucking matter what the rest of the planet has to say. I will call you out for it. Okay? You're in my chat. You're in my space. You're in my house. Act like it. Okay? That's the discussion we're having here. Not what you're trying to make it into. If you want to argue, you can. And that's what you're doing. But like you said, there's no end to this, so why continue it? The whole planet is trying to move forward. Fucking move forward with us. All over in your pessimism. I seem not well informed. Well, you can have that opinion if you like. It's not correct, but you do you. I have what you call a different perspective. As somebody from a different part of the world. If you want to call me ill-informed, you, I guess, have that right. Free world? Generally. All right. Getting hangry. It's almost lunchtime. 8th of Opal, midwinter. Spicy? Which part? Oh, I bought hot peppers, which I get to grow this summer, which I'm very excited about. Lunch? Yeah, after winter's over. Once we hit spring and the elves arrive, I'll go get lunch. Waiting for that first. You're still working on? Ring of Fire chilies and summer chilies, which are a sweet chili. So hot ones that I'm going to turn into chili powder once they grow. And mild ones that I'm going to use in cooking. Because I'm not the craziest for spice person. I like spice, but I like more of a sweet spice than a heavy spice. It's like sriracha plus plus plus. Hell yeah. Yeah, no, my big goals for gardens this summer is hot peppers. If I can successfully pull that off, I will be impressed with myself. And I really want to grow beets, since I actually have a garden plot now with enough space to grow beets. Gabbro pots, we're making mica pots. First it was chili oil because you had learned how to thicken it with cornstarch. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're like squeezing the juices out of hot peppers to make sauces, then yeah, you're gonna get oil first. You do have to thicken it up with something. What, the Escape from Dwarf Fortress, Diamond? Are you actually making like a game and game maker or some shit? I don't know. That's up to you. You're the creative one here. I was imagining a platformer, like a 2D platformer, like Mario. But I don't know. I guess it could be like a Legend of Zelda thing. That's a weird perspective for a video game. They generally make those in Japan, I would think, right? I'm serious. Bottoms up platformer. I think it's called Galgun. One pick and one crutch. Don't go searching for that on itch.io. No, ignore. Okay, I will ignore. What was I working? Underbeard everywhere. Under this beard. Under these nuts. I mean, here, I'll do you a favor, Diamond. There you go. There you go. It's gone. Nobody can see it. Where's bismuth? Cool, that's what we needed. Bismuth bronze was the wrong color. We just needed normal bismuth. I can see what you do. You're a mod. You can cheat. You could, in fact, leave that as a moderator note on Diamond, and it will be stuck in history under Diamond's name for all eternity going forward. How did I end up with a garden plot? So there are community gardens. I don't know how common this is where you're at, but there are community gardens here, which is basically just a section of city property in public spaces on public land that has been sectioned off for community gardens. Usually like a homeowners association or groups of people who own houses around that park will then segment out the plots within it, which are like garden beds, raised garden beds, for planting. This particular one is on a there's a website where you can apply to have a bed in this garden, and then it is up to you to maintain it, but you within their rules, so you have to keep it entirely organic. You can't use any pesticides of any kind or anything like that, and you have to maintain and take care of it. And there's usually a waiting list. My mom signed up to this one like mid 2021, and we got the okay that we got one of the 9 available plots out of like 80 plots or something. But it's like a multiple meter wide and long plot of growing space, which is a rather huge garden, and me and my mom are going to split it 50-50. Isn't bed to sleep on for your plants? Do you know English, or are you just trying to make a bad pun? Like, is that, I can't tell if that's a genuine question, because a garden bed is where you plant gardens, whereas a bed is a place that you sleep. Same word, different context, different meaning. Where did my... Flower bed, bed of vegetables. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Riverbed, you know? It's hard to tell sometimes. But yes, that is indeed a dad joke. And don't ever apologize for making a bad joke in this chat. We appreciate clever wordplay here. A, B, and C, and they can be anything from one. You know, Phil and Phil, this reminds me of a time when we used to have this audience member who I won't out his name, because he hasn't been by in a very long time. But we used to have this audience member in this stream a number of years ago who would come into my chat with math homework, and it was like grade 12, grade 11-ish math, and we would legit help him with his math homework. He would like post questions, and we'd just be like, all right, so like if this then that, then what would this be? And he goes, and we actually had like multi-hour long discussions with this kid in our chat, like helping him with his math homework. Like you're doing like the answers yourself. You're just posing the questions, but like there's definitely been times in the past where me and my chat have helped people with their homework. What did Darren say? Oh. Bad enough chat. You have yet to tell a bad enough dad joke to get kicked out. I mean, I'm the one that will just like go on rampages of like nonsensical bee puns because I think bee puns are hilarious. Also, fun fact that bigotry ramble lost me 4 followers. It's a fun world we live in. People don't like being told to be kind. Only 4? Yeah, it's a new record. Usually I lose way more than that. Actually, that's not true. That's actually pretty high. Who needs them? Me. But, you know. You guys don't. It doesn't matter to you guys. I just think it's kind of amusing at this point. Filter out the garbage? That's not fair to say. That is not fair to say. I will call you out on that because people aren't garbage, dude. People are products of where they were raised. Does that mean we're all getting married, Frog? I mean, I don't think you've given me a ring yet, so how can we truly be engaged? Why do I laugh at my own jokes like that? Shit. Okay. At least buy me a drink first. We need to be married. We need to be married. Quick, guys, we need to marry. We need more beer. Everybody, we're going to Vegas. We're all getting married so that we can have better engagement. This is a bad joke. Anyway, moving on. You're just watching some Python tutorials on YouTube, and the dude in the tutorial just gave some links with programming math problems. Oh, I thought you were doing homework. It's basically homework. It's like playing most of the Zachtronics games where it's like, this isn't a video game. This is just homework. Engage. Probably Reichert. Wrong. Someone's written that fan fiction, I'm sure. Speaking of Reichert, I saw a tweet fly by on one of my days off, which was just, okay, so there's a lot of really good deepfakes out there, but how come nobody has like used deepfake to give Reichert his beard for the first season of Star Trek? To make the first season of Next Gen watchable? And you know what? Why hasn't anybody done that yet? Serious question. There's enough footage of him online that you could easily, like, give Reichert his beard. We must beard Reichert. It truly is. I mean, like, the argument to be made against that is like, well, it's like his part of his character arc, right? Like, he grows up and grows into the beard. Like, the beard is something that he acquires as his character matures, but also, like, he looks like an idiot with his, like, pasty little pink cheeks. So, like, we could just have cooler Reichert from the start of the show. While we're at it, we could just, like, use deepfakes to just remove Wesley from the show. I mean, what? Also, by the way, Phil, I didn't actually say thank you for, like, letting me know about that thing with /our place. Just trying to keep things blue. You know what I mean. You like Wesley? I like Wesley too. He's a good character, but fucking Christ, he's annoying. Like, he's just an annoying character. He's a well-written, annoying character. Like, they intended to make him into an annoying character, and damn, they did a fine job. But holy shit, he's an annoying character. Villain. You've known more annoying folks in person? Yeah, I stopped being friends with those people. Actually, my uncle's more annoying. But, like, that aside. Also, hey, End his beer. It's good to see you. Thanks for the lurks. Where he's extra. There is that one episode where he's extra annoying and it's hilarious. I mean, could just like use deepfakes to put a soother in his mouth the whole time. He is a good character who's well written, but he is also like my least favorite character in the whole show, which is like, is what it is, I guess. For whatever it's worth, chat, I'm just going to completely ignore all of these programming questions. You're more than welcome to discuss them. I just have absolutely no input aside from occasionally making puns because I know nothing about programming. I'm also, like, very rusty and bad at math these days. I used to be good at math, and then I graduated and forgot it all, as you do. Going to make you a temple performer. Yeah, this is a programming solution. One of the so this is an anecdote about programming in this chat. So we used to have a command which was !seppuku, and it would time you out. Or later we set it so that it would actually just ban you. It would straight up ban you. So you could ban yourself in my chat. But the way you got unbanned is you someone would have to type an ! Sudoku, and then you DM me a picture of the solved Sudoku puzzle, and then we'd unban you. This was years ago. Somebody I knew wrote us, like, within a week of us having this, like, chat game, I guess if you could call it that, made a script so that he could just, like, automatically solve the Sudoku puzzle. It's like, wrote some software to solve it for him. So I just started getting them instantly, so then we changed it so that I just timed you out for 5 minutes because it was just kind of a waste of time anyway. That was Sims. I haven't seen Sims around in a while. Apparently he's still subscribed, but I'm still friends with him on Steam. I just haven't seen him in like 2-3 years. Hope he's been good. I miss some, like, the older chat members that I haven't seen in years. It's like, an old friend went away. And then they pop in once every 5 years and go, hi, holy shit, you still stream? And it's like, hi, it's good to see you. Q, what does the code do? What does this code do? A, it gets the programmer fired. I mean, for not knowing how to program? See, no, this is the kind of programming queries I can get behind Frog for Hire. Why are the ones gone? I hope I didn't leave the fountain on. I didn't. Whew. Didn't even turn it on in the first place. Also, shoutouts to the 2 followers I got after I commented on losing 4 followers. I see your names. Follower callouts? I mean, I'm not naming any names. I mean, follows do help streamers, by the way. Also, speaking of Star Trek, this is a really good Twitter account. It's an automated bot of like Reichert's supposed Google his search history. It's really, really fun. It's just like drunk history, Canometer Accords, clear replicator recent items, Gilbert Gottfried. Gilbert Gottfried. Coordinates for Starbase 69. Vulcan, your mom jokes. Why is spaceport? Yeah, it's which planets have Netflix? It's pretty good. Share. It's just at Riker Googling, but here you go. It's okay. I mean, I mean, it's a parody searching account, but like whenever those pop up, they make me smile. So. Riker Googling should have an API so that we can tie it into our Discord. And just have Riker Google searches popping up. Jeez. It's just a really good account. Sometimes you need to giggle. That helps me do that. I mean, why is the ones gone? Why is the rums gone? Of course. See, I got the joke and then everybody else thought that you were talking literally. I mean, hi, too dense, I'm blind. To underage beer? Don't drink unless you're the legal drinking age, and or I'll occasionally drink and then don't tell me about it. Anyway, make sure that you're of legal drinking age and post beer. Honestly, the drinking age thing is like one of the ways that I point at people as to why this is a adults channel. It's like, I hope that you're all adults because there's alcohol everywhere. To adequately aged beer. Hey! It really is. It really, really, really is. Riker is S+. Whoever, like, the person who runs that account is a very funny person. 16+. Sure. I mean, yeah, we'll go with Twitch rules. Dat Calther, you are legally allowed to do whatever is legal in your region on stream with the exception of taking our top off. I'm looking at you, France! But if it's legal, you can do it on stream. Which means I could legally eat mushrooms. Anyway, I'm not going to eat mushrooms in stream. I feel like tripping on stream would be a bad idea. Fun experiment, but bad idea. But yeah, I mean, if alcohol is legal at 16+ where you live, then go nuts. It's like 19 here. Which I think that it should be 16 everywhere, but that's just me. feel like young adult alcoholism rates would go down if everybody was able to drink, but you might need your wits about you to stream. Yeah. With an ultrasonic cleaner. I was reading about that recently. I was reading about like rapidly brewing beer at high rates with ultrasonic cleaners, which is... Science is weird. Second of obsidian. Gauge whiskey. Yeah, like the video that I was watching was like it took like unaged whiskey and aged whiskey, and then they artificially aged it in a hypersonic cleaner in like a container to like try the taste differences. It's you know, there's lots of weird things you can do with hypersonic cleaners. I'll put it that way. I will be back in a sec, chat. I need to use the restroom. I'm also going to pull my insulin out of the fridge. Back in a sec. I return. Well, if you want to be in the Discord, it's easy to join. Yeah, I was using the toilet. I was using the toilet and also pulling my insulin out of the fridge for lunch, which is my lunch break's going to be in about 10 minutes here, probably. Instant aged alcohol before and after. Yeah, that is the video that I watched. Yeah, I saw that video. It's been up for a while. I mean, it's a video from 2019 from the looks of things. Speaking of nerd stuff, that's pretty nerdy. Jeez. There's code in my chat. What, the documentaries and films channel? It is. We do kind of have for a while there, I was pretty adamant about keeping my Discord like very minimal with not a lot of clutter. And it's gotten kind of cluttered as of late, and I don't really mind. But it is kind of easy to forget about channels. Which is why I was always kind of careful to keep it from getting cluttered. But yeah, it's cluttered now. No real way to avoid that. I need more kimberlite, so we're mining out more kimberlite. Also, just for reference, there are no rules about links in this channel. You can post whatever you want, but if you post something that breaks Twitch's terms of service or something that, you know, logically would get you timed out, you'll never post in this chat again, let alone a link. So we kind of just work with an honor system. Just, you know, be intelligent and you'll be fine. You can post whatever. It doesn't work. Well, an attempt was made. Best of luck with that investment, by the way, Aqua. I'll jump in on this. I just saw something on Twitter that I'm not going to repeat, but I think is kind of fun. Also, chat, for those of you who've wondered about this, that is my meal prep for a week of streams. 3 breakfasts, 3 sandwiches, 3 bowls of pasta. That's how I stream 14 hours a day, 6 days in a row. Or not 6 days in a row, 3 days in a row. 14 hours a day, 3 days in a row. And not die. A lot of meal prep. Wow, the frame rate got better again. What the fuck is happening? Like, we're almost back up to, like, 60. Okay, it slowed down. The hell? For a second there, we were at, like, beginning of the game frames. Streamer requires prep. Yeah, it's not all about... You don't just sit in front of a camera and shout. I mean, I could do that, and that might work for a bit, but there's a point where it kind of goes from sitting in front of a camera and shouting to... Ah! You know. I also pre-portioned my coffee beans for the 3 days, but that wasn't in the picture. Got some progress in the art channel? Oh no. Holy shit, you're actually... So... I'm gonna throw this out there. Colombian dark roast? Jamaican, actually. I'm trying a local coffee roaster called Bean Around the World, because they have a package where they will mail you coffee once a week, or every other week, or every third week. I try and go for darker roasts because the light roasts are actually too much caffeine for me these days. But I also like the flavor of a darker roast. But this particular one is called Tropical Thunder, and it's Jamaican. But roasted in Vancouver. But yeah, no, I'm trying it because like if I like it, I will give them the $14 bi-weekly for the bi-weekly coffee roast. You mostly notice streamers order way too much takeout. Do you also notice that streamers comment about like mental health issues, stress problems, body problems, issues losing weight, gaining weight, and then they're ordering takeout 3 times a week or once a stream at least, and doing drinking streams every Friday and subathons and drinking energy drinks. There, you know, I've been doing this for 9 years, and like I don't want to just like state that I'm better than other people, but like in order to stream for such long periods of time, there are certain things that you just kind of have to do. And there's certain like ways of taking care of yourself that you just kind of have to do, and if you don't do them, you will run into health problems and you will run into issues in the long term. Because it makes your hair dance around. I have a, speaking of interesting videos, let me jump over to YouTube. I have a video to recommend to you if you like coffee. Here's a video quite literally just mocking how Death Wish coffee is bullshit, and also a lot like 15 minutes of coffee science if you like coffee science. Also, shout outs to James Hoffman, probably one of the best YouTubers on the internet. That face is what I make when I think about Death Wish coffee. How do I prepare coffee? What's the popular coffee ref? Here, the popular coffee preparation method / machine is called Keurig cups. And you buy them en masse and make shitty coffee in a couple of seconds. What do? I buy whole bean coffee. I have a hand grinder, and I grind like medium coarse coffee. And I use a pour over and a gooseneck kettle. V60 with V60 filters. Because I'm a man-child that needs fancy things and habits in his life. That's what I do. That's how I prepare coffee. I personally use that. If I want espresso, I do have, or a more espresso-like drink. I also have a mocha pot, but I almost never use it. I like it though. Mocha pots are great. What's your preferred method of preparing coffee, Chups? You're going to watch that? His channel is fantastic. Like, he's probably my favorite non-games related YouTube channel. Watch everything. Well, actually, no, that's probably V West Life, actually. But my favorite non-games, audio gear related channel. Dedicated Italian boiler. I mean, like, if I go to like a coffee shop and buy coffee, I can get coffee that's about as good as I can make at home in a fancier cup with slightly fancier presentation. But I personally feel that my own at-home coffee maker, or my own at-home coffee. Oh, okay, so that actually, that's a mocha pot. We call that a mocha pot. I have one of these. Literally one of those. We call them mocha pots. I think that's the brand. I think that's like calling them Kleenex. It's like the brand name that we associate with that particular method of making coffee. But it is spring. in Longdeath. You go for the cheapest coffee. You don't drink things for coffee or vodka to delight the palate. And you don't want to forget it. I mean, you know, everybody drinks things for different reasons, right? Some people drink coffee for the oomph in the chest. Some people drink coffee because they like the flavor. I drink coffee partially because if I don't, I get a migraine, and also because I enjoy the flavor, and I also really enjoy the kind of meditative habit/process of grinding the beans, measuring the coffee, measuring the grounds, weighing the coffee, preparing the water the night before because I do that because I'm psychotic. Also, the fortress is 386 years old now. Like I prep the water, I cool the water, I heat the water to the correct temperature with a thermometer, and it's like a 25-minute process for me making a cup of coffee, but I enjoy it, so I do it. For me it's more of a habit and a routine, like as much as, you know, going for a walk in the morning as it is a, you know, thing that makes my headaches go away from habits and mistakes that I made when I was a younger kid. Thanks, Red Bull. Yeah, there are certain types of instant coffee I like. I actually like freeze-dried coffee. There's a few brands that will make like freeze-dried hot coffee pucks, which I'll take camping or hiking switch-ups, which is they're about this big, and it's just like a little tiny cube basically, and you drop it into boiling water and it turns into coffee. It's like super hyper condensed coffee. So I like that format of instant coffee. I'm not a big fan of powdered instant coffee though. Freeze-dried coffee's not bad though. I have a very sensitive like flavor palate, I guess. I've always had that. One of the weird benefits of being disabled and having eyes that don't work properly is your brain takes up that extra space and makes up for it with a enhancing your other sentences. So if you have bad hearing, your eyesight will usually be better, or you'll have better taste. If your eyes are bad, you'll have higher taste, hearing, and sense of smell. Which is why I have abnormally good hearing, according to every doctor I've ever spoken to and every test I've ever done, as well as probably a abnormally sensitive palate for certain foods and flavors. You really dig the concept of slowly digesting caffeine and having it get course through your veins and pacify the caffeine-addicted cells in your brain, and also tick the ADHD neurons into thinking I'm your regular brain for like half an hour. Yeah, I understand that feeling. Yeah, I do. Not the ADHD part, but I understand the making my headaches go away. It's a wonderful little machine, I believe it. Yeah. Oh, so you want one of those coffee makers, but you've never seen them around, Chups? They're pretty easy to get online. Also, when it comes to dumb coffee shit, if I were a rich man, I would get rid of my hand grinder, which takes too long to grind, and I'd buy me one of these. This is a weird Google search. I'm sure I'll find it. Okay, if I had unlimited money and not enough brains, I would spend like $900 on one of these coffee grinders. Because that's about how much it would be after like shipping and taxes and import fees and all that bullshit. I really want one of these. So chat, when I'm a YouTube millionaire with 2 million subscribers, I'm gonna buy me one of these as a celebration gift. It's one of my dreams. There's a link if you're curious. Do it. I mean, I've got more important things that need that money. Like currently I need to pay off my credit card because I did just book a 6-day trip to Quebec. So also if you live around Montreal and you're not doing anything at the end of June, reach out because I'm going to be trying to hang out with some people on the Friday of the last week of June. because I will be in Quebec that week. From the 20th to the 26th, I will be in Montreal. Hanging out with my sister, mostly. But I will be in town, so. Code tester walks into a bar and crawls into a... runs into a bar, crawls into a bar, jumps into a bar, dances into a bar, orders 2 beers, 0 beer, 9,000 minus 1 beer. A lizard in a beer glass, a quart of UI op beers, testing complete. Normal customer walks into a bar and asks where is the toilet, and the bar goes up in flames. Yep, this sounds about right. Lovely design, but come on, that's a connoisseur spiral. As a connoisseur, fucking what's wrong with that, okay? I mean, like that's a programming joke that even I understand. That's a pretty accessible programming joke. Wait, what? Did somebody die? Yep, somebody died. Who died? Imlish! Rest in peace, Imlish. I already think about the water. But, rest in peace, Imlish, one of my longtime merchants. It was the father of, or mother of 16. It was Kosoth's partner. Yeah, Kosoth. So, yeah, it was Kosoth's wife. So, mother of 17 children in this fortress. Well, see, here's the thing, right? I enjoy every cup of coffee I have, shitty or high quality. But I'm always thinking about how I can improve that cup of coffee to make the brewing process easier, but also make the flavor better for that particular ground. So it's not a, I can never enjoy a cup of coffee again. It's a, every cup of coffee is an interesting science experiment that I can improve on next time. I'm not saying I'm an optimist and you're a pessimist, but in this regard, coffee is a hobby and a beverage that I like to drink. It's like telling somebody that you can never enjoy a bottle of beer ever again because you homebrewed a batch once. Does that make sense? You once made your own beer, so thus you can never enjoy beer again because you've made your own batch once and you're constantly going to be picking apart whether or not it's good or not. Me and a friend of mine, we get genuine enjoyment of going to breweries that we don't like to try everything that they have on tap and go, this one's not good. This one's not good. Man, why do people drink this? How do they fuck up this brew so badly? How do they make such a bland glass of beer? That's being critical of your own work, and having a hobby is fun. I'm critical of every cup of coffee. This one, I think I overground the beans a little bit too much. I need to turn down the setting slightly for this particular roast. It's a little bit too bitter, and there isn't enough like floral notes to it, because the last time I ground it, I used a slightly higher setting, or a slightly lower setting on the grinder, and it was a bit too watery. And this time I overdid it a bit, and it's actually got a little bit of powder at the bottom. What does the value of a grinder have to do with anything? I mean, I've committed $150 to a kettle, about $100 in a water filtration system, $80 on a grinder, and more than thousands of dollars in coffee beans. I'm not exaggerating. Like, this is the amount of money I've spent on my coffee stuff. But this is like birthday money and Christmas money over the last like 8 years, right? Like, this stuff lasts. If you buy the nice stuff when it comes to coffee gear, it lasts. And that's the benefit, is the fact that it lasts. And you don't need to rebuy it, right? Like, if you buy a crappy coffee grinder, it'll break in a couple of years, and then you need to replace it. I'm just saying that I completely disagree with you. I mean, there's There's nothing wrong with being a power user if you enjoy the process of being a power user. I enjoy the process of being a power user with coffee. And if I win the lottery, I will spend $900 on a grinder because 1, it looks nice, 2, it's a small, nice form factor, and 3, I need a better grinder. Because that is a place where I can improve my method of making coffee. Seems to have lots of coffee folk. Everywhere has lots of coffee folk if you just know where to look. Pacific Northwest is often wealthier / middle class. And if you have money to spare, then you can afford to spend money on your hobbies. I have money to spare because I don't own a car. And even then, I have money to spare sometimes. And I spend money on things that I enjoy. Some people fill their car up with gas and go 4x4ing. I buy a nicer coffee grinder. You know, like when you have extra money, you spend it on a thing that you enjoy. I own 2 record players and 5 cassette decks. I got most of them for free. But when I have extra money, I spend it on things I enjoy. I think so. Well, so here's the difference, right? If you make coffee in a French press, you are 100% guaranteed to have filament at the bottom. It is impossible to make coffee with a French press that doesn't have some filament at the bottom. You will always have some powder. You'll never get that with a pour over. Basically, pour over is like the optimal way of making drip coffee. It's a different brewing method. You'll have a different amount of strength. It requires a different grind. You can make a really good cup of coffee in a French press, but in my experience, French presses are a bigger pain in the ass to clean and will always have some filament at the bottom. So no, even if you brew it in a French press perfectly, you'll get a purer cup of coffee with a pour over. Granted, a pour over takes more time to sit there and brew it versus a French press where you just kind of put the water in, put the beans in, or put the grounds and put the water in, stir it, leave it, come back 5 minutes later and refill. Whereas I would say a French press requires less practice and thinking. Whereas a pour over takes more time. It's like the difference between using an electric razor to shave your face and using a straight razor to shave your face. You'll get a closer shave with the straight razor, but it takes longer. You really like the hand grinder? I like my hand grinder too, but I find that it's not precise enough for me. I just want a preciser grinder. I could also to be clear, I'm not going to upgrade my grinder. I've like no intention of doing that. But if I win the lottery, you bet your ass I'm going to buy me a niche grinder. It's just like if I won the lottery, I would probably also like buy a nicer stylus for my record player. Right now, I buy the like $50 stylus every like 8 months or so. If I had unlimited money, I would buy the $90 stylus. Is it going to make that much of a difference? No, but like it's a simple luxury that I can feel good about by purchasing. And there's nothing wrong with buying a simple luxury if you have earned it. You know, you do hard work, reward yourself. Like brain needs dopamine to function, so give your brain dopamine. And also, I realize I'm just, like, validating my own hobby. But, like, you know, you do you, and you spend money on what you want to spend your money on. And if you want to spend your money on buying upgrades for a car, do that. If you want to spend your money on archery, fucking, I don't know, do that. You want to learn how to shoot guns, go do that. You want to, like, go camping and buy all of the most expensive gear, go do that. And you're missing a pour over, I recommend a V60 because like the 2 most popular ones are like V60s and I'm blanking on the name of it. The glass sphere that's made in Germany with the wooden neck. I like the V60s more because they're easier to clean than the glass sphere because it has multiple parts, whereas the other, the fucking... Chad, help me out here. Yeah, I use a Hario V60. But I'm fucking blanking on the name of those other ones. I used to own one, which is why I talk shit about them. I'll hold on a second. I'm gonna remind myself the name of these things. Chemex. That's the name of the brand I was thinking of. Chemex is the one that's like annoying as shit. So I Google glass ball pour over, and I found the brand I was looking for, Chemex, and this is the first like YouTube recommendation. Wowzers! Acrylic pouring over glass sphere. Anyway, thanks YouTube. You're helpful. Mocha pot makes a different mouthfeel texture of coffee. So assuming you're talking about like a mocha pot, not like a mocha, right? A mocha pot, which is what Twitch Ups was talking about, makes a very different mouthfeel of coffee. It's kind of like the difference between having like a Guinness or a light ale. It's a thicker, frothier kind of thing. It's more akin, like it's not a espresso, but it's more akin to an espresso. That's my take on a mocha pot. So if I'm gonna make a mocha pot, I'm in the mood for a different kind of thing. Like if I'm going to make a mocha pot, it's not gonna make enough to fill my thermos, right? This holds 2 cups of coffee, and I make a 3rd cup of coffee. So I have 3 cups of coffee throughout the day. So if I'm streaming, I'm not gonna use the mocha pot. 1, because it doesn't make enough coffee. 2nd, for me, like the mocha pot is something that I do on like my day off, on an off day when I'm just like, yeah, I would like a cup of coffee. I like a nice cup of coffee. It's thicker, it's denser, it's a different kind of thing. It's like a shot of espresso is a different thing from a Americano is from a like cup of drip coffee. I'm just waiting for Kiri to pop in and be like, "You're talking about dirty water." She doesn't like coffee, but yeah, no, I like my coffee, and I'm pretty particular about like time and place to have different kinds of coffee. It's great for when it's hot and you don't want to drink a lot of hot liquid. If it's like genuinely hot out, I will. What'd you do? Were you trying to lull and you were in the wrong keyboard setting, Cunis? If it's like hot out and I don't want to drink hot liquid, I will just make like this is something that I do. Phil, you have a good one. Thanks for the puzzles. When I do actually have like when it is too hot out, I will make cold brew in my French press. That's why I keep my French press, is to make cold brew in the summer, because cold brew is a really easy and efficient way of, or French press is a really easy / efficient way of making cold brew, where you just like put your grounds at the, like your very fine grounds at the bottom of the French press, and then you fill it up with cold water and leave it in the fridge overnight. That's probably the easiest way of making like really dense cold brew, and then you dilute it the next day. That's what I keep my French press around for, is for making cold brew. Do you just pour the water over through the bigger pile of grounds, or do you have to make smaller batches? So I use 30 grams of coffee to 500 grams of water for the current brew that I'm using. Yeah. It depends on the brew and the size of the batch that you're making. 3 cups. I use about 10 grams of coffee per cup that I'm making. That makes about 700 mils-ish, which is enough for 3 cups, which is about how much I drink per day. Which is actually kind of strong. I could do to weaken it up a bit, but Which is why people drank schnapps instead of water. Frog for hire. All right, chat. So we've been live for 6 hours and 15 minutes. And this has been just over a year of Longdeath. We're going to, I'm going to go to lunch break now, which means I will be gone for about 10 minutes, and we're going to listen to one side of a record. So I'm going to pause the game now, and we're going to save. When I come back, we will be trying to do the finale of Mothfall, which means I'm going to try and finish that fort. I want to get sieged one more time and set off the trap that I've been building one more time because it's a fun trap. And then after that, we will, once we're done with it, you were given a Wakako and espresso for this Christmas. It's like a portable espresso thing. Oh, is that like one of those ones where you press? Like an espresso press? That's actually pretty cool. Or those are pretty cool if it's what I'm thinking of. But yeah, anyway, when we come back, we're going to finish up Mothfall, and then tomorrow we'll start a new fort, and then this evening we're going to do some Cogmind, assuming I still have enough brain capacity left. Otherwise, we'll play something chiller. I don't know. But I'm going to go do my lunch break now. If you're bored and looking for something to watch, of course, you can just hang out and participate in chat and listen to the record. Otherwise, I recommend you go over to my YouTube channel where you can check out tons of stuff. I will be back in about 10 minutes and we'll be continuing anyway. But once this is done saving, I'm going to exit out here, and I'm going to put on a record for you guys. And then I'm going to go to lunch. Sound good? And of course, if you like the shenanigans and all of this coffee talk and other bullshit that we do here, and you want to support the channel directly, there's a link to the Patreon. What else am I thinking of? Yeah, there's a link to the YouTube channel. There's a link to the Discord. I'm going to go stab myself with needles and give myself insulin and grab me food. When I come back, I will have eaten a sandwich, and that'll be good. If I could get a big round of beers, that'd be fantastic. Let's get lots of cat jams and crypt jams and all that shit. And I will be back in 5 minutes. Fuck you, Robin. Anyway, BRB.
Hey, crank up the volume and wake up the neighbors. Are you hearing this or what? Is your heart pounding with the beat? Am I getting through to you? Show me what you got. I'm counting on y'all.
brand new day in Tokyoto. Headlining the news is the recent statement from Goji Rokaku on the graffiti gangs plaguing the city. Quote, my Rokaku forces are on patrol in all major metropolitan areas to make sure these terrorists are behind bars where they belong.
Exclamation mark, get it.
Wild and wonderful music.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. 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 I got a new flavor coffee. I got an old flavor rap. Equip the A1 tones to make the cool kids relax. We boys hounding for the sounds. 2015, my bank account was nowhere to be found. Look at me now, hardcore composer. Fall to the floor, spinning glitter in sunny shores. Worry never no more. Promoters score off me. Lab rats want the cheese. Flip your expectations with ease. Oh please, you say you're making big moves. Adjust my aim by degrees. I see you breaking the rules before you know what they be. I'll see you taking for rides while I am giving the keys. Because success loves to hide, but failure wants to be seen. But I won't give it the pleasure. I'm rising measure by measure. I'm making money by minutes, but keeping grip on my tether. I'm whipping the competition, collecting more hearts than Castlevania. Hit me to catch the jet set mania. If you feel it in your record, say something, say something. Bring a little closer now. Say something, say something. Hard warm with the cold style. Say something, say something. Transform, then we roll out. Say something, say something. When you see me in the streets, say something, say something. If you let the fresh beats pay something, pay something. New ideas each and every day. Say something, pay something. I know they're gonna say something about how I'm rapping again. Most to grab my album don't know how I be grabbing the pen. I come and stab them again, they can't get mad at the kid. Just go look at what I did, put back the grind in your skid. It's just a biz, money talks, I only listen when I spend. Just to live, then I go and make it all back again. With millennial friends, celebrate the last day. Raise hella grab praise through a love drunk haze. I feel I'm falling, but the music props me up in ways. Haters calling, but the lovers lop it up. I just sway and sashay to the time. Into the beat in perfect lines, space correcting my spine. This is the only divine, I'll take my time. Say something, say something. Bring it a little closer now. Say something, say something. Hard warm with the cold style. Say something, say something. Transform, then we roll out. Say something, say something. When you see me in the streets, say something, say something. If you let the fresh beats pay something, pay something. New ideas each and every day, something, pay something. You know, sometimes, actually a lot of times, actually never, people come up to me on the street and they say, hey, that guy raps. And I'm like, yeah. And they ask, hey, could you freestyle something for me real quick? You know, just real quick to prove your worth as a human being and as an artist. And I'm like, no, I can't actually, but I can dramatically arrange 7 to 10 layers of mouth sounds to make an entire instrumental. I can do that. I have a very talented mouth, and I can do it on my phone right now. And would you like me to do that? And they say, no. And I walk away.
Primeval's up, you
Okay, so 2 things about this record. Number 1, it glows in the dark. But number 2, this is a Jet Set Radio fan album by Too Mellow Makes. Too Mellow is a like kind of lo-fi hip-hop artist who does a lot of, or producer kind of thing. But this album is a like big collaboration album with a bunch of different artists, mostly put together by Too Mellow. Also, it has some great track titles, such as Tag Walls and Punch Fascists. So, you know, good shit like that. Although that's on side 2, which we're just playing side 1 right now. Unless you guys want me to play side 2 right now. I mean, I could. Wasn't planning on it, but I could. I was just gonna do the 1, but... But yes, sandwich has been consumed. I only had like 2 bites left when I finished typing. That's why I walked over and ate it. Came back. Unrelated. Just because we were talking about this earlier. The old to the new to the old. Alrighty, Taylor. You're currently trying to find the LP for sale. Let me see if they still have it on BSR. Yeah, it seems to be out basically everywhere. They have repressed it before. This isn't an original. This is a repress. Because this is where I bought it. And I have, obviously, the neon green. But these were a repress, these colors. Also, anyway, how you doing, Robin? How's things? Repress is totally fine. Yeah, I don't know. what I would do is I'd hit a notify me on BSR because they'll have it whenever it gets repressed, or like one of the various other labels that held it. Ooh. It's $100 in Bandcamp right now. That's rough. Yeah, it looks like the only people that still have it in stock is the cassettes. Yeah, it's basically $100 everywhere unless you want to buy a tape. But yeah, no, it's definitely Jet Set Radio fan work. So fucking good. Although it makes me really want this record. This one, and Lethal League Blaze are two records that I really want because they're this kind of thing. Combine that with Bomb Rush Cyberfunk, which doesn't have a soundtrack out yet because the game's not out yet, but again, has the composer who wrote the soundtrack for Jet Set Radio doing music on both of those soundtracks. All three of them, actually. So it's like a studio was a big fan of Jet Set Radio, so they made games that were heavily inspired by the got the same composer, which is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
I'm gonna let her rip, so listen up.
I think this is one of Cutest's favorite songs on this record.
Like this. Like that. Like this.
What do you guys say? Should we just play the other side of this record, just do the whole fucking thing, and then we'll pick up Mothfall?
Like this.
You guys okay with a long lunch break?
Like that.
This record's too good. It's just kind of a fun.
Like this.
The best part about it is it's all
Like that.
safe.
Jet Set Classic.
Like this. Like that. Like this. Like that. Like this. Like that.
You want it all? Do you want it now?
Like this.
I want it all. I want it all. I want it all. I want it now. Now, this is where you need to spam the jams chat. All right, we'll play side 2. You guys have convinced me. And then we'll pick up Mothfall. That's the nice part about streaming for like 12 hours is like, you know, like, yeah, we're like 6.5 hours in. By the time the second half of this is done, it's like, yeah, we still got like 6 hours left. Still got like 13 hours total to do, so, you know, we're like roughly a little past halfway, I would give it. Maybe around halfway.
I've been around the world, but like my bedroom the most.
Gilbert Gottfried died?
I got the golden voice even if ventriloquists couldn't throw away.
Shit.
I need understanding, my presence is demanded. Buy some merch and maybe I can spin it on a stand-in. One mellow, cause the two is seeing double after about 3 drinks. So before I get into trouble, slap you 5 and grab a taxi. Don't even have to ask me if I'm tired, y'all stay wide like old telephones. I need my time alone in my home. Create my zone, prone, cuddling with an old movie on, and I'm gone.
Yeah, for real. It's on Variety. He's 67.
Please, I ain't even trying to get
I mean, I would assume that Gilbert Gottfried would be accurate. Everybody go watch Aladdin and pay respects. Rest in peace. Wasn't even that old. It feels really young. Damn. That's real sad. Rest in peace, man. Also, that was our 200th Longdeath stream. Worth noting.
I just make the club hits, spitting on the introverted tip. Flex that I don't return texts and I don't throw fits. It is said, it is writ like your name on an every night check for the beers and tips. My tips are reaching out. I want my own apartment. My life is halfway over, and it ain't even started. My new rap name is Young Tragedy. This ain't the way it had to be. I'm plotting on a magic seed. Please intercede if you see people stopping me, asking how do I make the sound of giving me demo CDs, trying to get me to smoke weed and watch dead TVs. Can we have all interactions through email, please? 24-hour party.
Can we have all of our interactions through email, please? I feel that. Yeah, I don't know. 200 what down? What? What are we counting down, Aqua?
You gotta understand. I wish I could live like you, but I can't be a man.
Such a good record.
Just understand. You know I really like you, but I must.
But yeah, I don't. Gilbert Gottfried is one of those names that I've known my entire life, but like. Oh, yeah, for Longdeath, yes. Sorry, I'm reading about Gilbert Gottfried right now. He's one of those people where, like, I've known his name my entire life, but, like, the only thing I could name that I know he was in was Aladdin. Like, that's the only thing that I could, like, off the top of my head be like, yes, that's something that he's been in. Outside of some of his comedy stuff. Damn. Sure, plain nonsense. Best of luck. I don't know why you needed to upgrade your computer for that, but you must have been on a potato before. You can stream on almost anything. Like, I know somebody who streamed DF on a netbook without a graphics card and like 4 gigabytes of RAM. Is like a god movie though. I mean, it has a genie that could grant any wish except for bringing anybody back to life. It makes me wonder. It's like who's like so much of that cast has passed away now. Sad. Aladdin is like one of the few Disney movies that I still unironically enjoy. It's like that and The Lion King. That's not what causes frame rate death though. Me of all people know how to get around frame rate death and how to like make it a non-issue. See, people who are good at Dwarf Fortress realize that people who complain about FPS death don't know what the fuck they're doing. But I'm gonna go flip this record over. All right, you tell me that what I'm saying is bullshit. I mean, if you set your fort up in a way that it will crash your computer naturally, but lots of games do that. that is a player designed issue and a playstyle issue. If you have a small computer, have small amount of dwarves. You have big computer, you can have bigger amount of dwarves. FPS death is only a problem if you make it a problem. So you can say that I'm bullshitting, but I just know what I'm talking about and you don't, clearly. Frame rate death is not a problem in DF if you know how to avoid it. It's a problem if you make it a problem for yourself. So just don't make it a problem for yourself and you're fine. Hence your excitement. Okay. You're also self-promoting in my chat, which is, by the way, against the rules. So. But congrats on the new PC and hopefully it runs well. Yes, well, nobody can. Okay, hold on. Let me just scroll up on what you said. Finally upgraded. Oh, sorry. I read that as Stream DF, not Steam DF. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I misread that. Let's examine some of these phrases more closely. But also, like, dig it. Dig yourself, baby. Just know that frame rate death is only as much of an issue as you make it for yourself. You missed the investments? Yes, you did. You probably missed missing tickets. Oh god, it's that season already? Well, yes. My apologies. I misread. But, yeah, no, you need to realize that it's only as much of an issue as you make it for yourself, right? If you, like, max out all of the numbers, yes, you're gonna run into frame rate problems, but do that in, like, any kind of colony building game, you'll have those problems. Try and run 5 bases in RimWorld, you'll have that problem. Try and have all 87 tiles in City Skylines, you'll have the same problems. Try and have, like, maximum city size in SimCity 3000, you'll have those problems on an old computer. It's just how building games work. You try and, like, load all of the chunks at the same time and set your view distance to max, Minecraft crashes. It's not a problem unless you make it a problem for yourself. But congrats on the new computer. Buying a computer these days is difficult. But my bad, sorry. I did misread. Well, because you told me that it's bullshit. And me of all people should know about frame rate death. So you tell me that I'm bullshitting, I will mansplain my response to you. What more do you want? You said that me of all people should know about a thing. I'm explaining I know about a thing. Be sarcastic, make dumb statement, get dumb statement in response. For how good it is? Well, most computers tend to do that, but it's just relative, right? And current prices are still batshit nuts. I was looking at hard drives the other day because I want to build a server and it's nuts. Across conversational streamers? I mean, you started it. It's like, you call me out on bullshit, I will respond. Oh, okay. And then you're, like, commenting that it's weird that I'm explaining stuff that you know. If you know it, then why did you make the statement? It really is. Yeah, GPUs are ridiculous. Actually, that's not true. AMD GPUs are okay. They're hard to buy because they sell out quickly, but AMG, that's a different company. AMD GPUs are still generally at factory cost. Slight markups sometimes, but like if you're willing to go AMD, you can get a really good computer right now for not redonkulous expenses. You can see what kind of person I am? All right. Like, power to you, I guess? I misread one thing. You're gonna hold it over my head like that, okay? What? Those AMGs? Yeah, those, what is it, something music group? Cat, what did I do? I'm not totally sure, to be honest. Music doesn't fit the mood? What kind of music do you want, then? A sarcastic Canadian is the kind of person I am. Weird day today. It really is. It's fucking fantastic. What's my blood sugars? Can I just say something? SOS. Manufacturer loyalty is completely stupid. It's one of the dumbest fucking things you can do. I mean, 2006. Yes, AMD was behind Intel. They've caught up. Come on. They're better at some things than Intel is. Intel's great for a lot of stuff, but if I were to buy a computer right now, I'd go AMD because I don't want to spend billions of dollars on a computer. Fuck that. Morning, Mark. Have a good night, dude. Good call. Yeah, I mean, if somebody else could also fight, like if we could get a third and a fourth, that would be great. 3 days a week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. Catch up on. But apparently I'm an asshole and a bad kind of person, according to the guy that was here a minute ago, so you best move on. We're just kind of, I was just on lunch break, so this is kind of like my BRB screen. We listen to records at the beginning of the stream, the middle of the stream, and the end of the stream. So we are 7 hours in, and so once this record's done, think of it like a loading bar. We'll dive back into DF, and we're going to be starting up a different fort. We were playing Longdeath earlier, which is a fortress that I'm keeping alive for 1,000 years, and we're going to be moving over to the Crimson Pulley, which is a faction that I'm playing, and I'm doing multiple forts in that world. So we have a trap set up where I cave in an entire Z level on goblins and make a lot of goblin pancakes. The problem is sometimes it destroys the goblinite in the process, but boy, is the fireworks satisfying. So that'll be fun. And then we'll probably retire that fort at the end of the stream tonight, and then tomorrow we'll start a new fort in that world. That'll be the plan for tomorrow. We'll be starting a fort in a haunted jungle. But just realize that in order to watch this stream, you need to have at least like a medium to high sarcasm tolerance level. Otherwise, you'll hate me. But that's fine. I'm used to it at this point. I think half my chat just love hates me anyway. This shit's fire.
The streets spin wheels, make your necks asleep, which is something I ain't had all week. I'm on weak, cold bleak, but you know it's the heat when I speak. The streets are filled with blood, we're running out of options. The rich are in their houses, we're gonna buy their coffins. I wish I knew my future, I dream about it often. I sharpen weapons softly, from now there ain't no stopping. Rock the fucking beat.
So fucking good.
Is better than your last draft, rapping like a vampire wrapped in a
so
black sash, all blood, everything blood.
Although don't trust my music taste because I'm wearing a Papa Roach shirt. Because you know I cut my life into pizzas and this is my plastic fork. Fantastic show. Actually, I went to this show with one of my moderators years ago. Right before TwitchCon, oddly enough. All right, was that before TwitchCon? No, that wasn't before TwitchCon. That was just when he was here. Yeah, anyway. A number of years ago, one of my moderators came up here to visit. It was like 2017 or 2018, I think. I could actually look at the back of this shirt and check who this tour was. That would tell me. But that would require taking my shirt off, and that's against toss, so you can't do that. But yeah, no, if you want to get an idea of how much Dwarf Fortress I play, go to this YouTube channel and just peruse, because frankly, there's hours and 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 hours of Dwarf Fortress on there, including 7 like hour-long talks with Tarn Adams. Although the 7th one, the most recent one I put up about a month ago, also has Zach Adams in it because they join me on stream every so often. Someone say pizza? I mean, I cut my life into pizzas. This is my plastic fork. It's The Last Resort by like Papa Roach. I cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. You know, that one-hit wonder that they did. That's very edgy teenager music that I fucking love. Now you want pizza? I mean, what's wrong with pizza? Go get pizza then. I mean, maybe don't. It depends on if, like, diet allows. If diet and budget allows and you haven't had a cheat day in a while, have a pizza. Otherwise, don't have a pizza. That's usually my, my rule as to whether or not I get a pizza when I want a pizza. Also, I just want to ramble about this for a split second. I know streamers shouldn't dwell on people that are mean, but can I just say it's really telling when somebody judges a person's entire personality based on like a 5-second interaction and 3 lines of text.
You like that?
Who's that saying a lot about?
You like that?
Genuine question.
You like that?
You had pan Bagnan on Monday? I
You like that?
haven't had any fancy food in a while because I have to pay off credit card bills. And also recover money from taxes. So I have a lot of saving that needs to be done.
You like that?
I mean, I'm kind of a spicy person, so I spew like statements, but like I know how to handle people like me because I'm like me. Like when someone is acting like me and like gives me as much shit as I give everybody else, we get along great. It's like some of my best friend, we don't agree on anything. We just give each other shit the entire time. It's all that we do. So, I don't know. Stale bread on sale, 68 cents. Giggity? Almost 69 cents. They should raise the price by a penny. Olive and tuna salad with tomatoes. I mean, like, for reference, for lunch today, I had bread that I bought 2 weeks ago that was in the freezer. So my sandwich that I'm eating for the next 3 days is bread that I froze 3 weeks ago that has tofu, avocado, roasted carrot, and tomato on it because that's what I have. It's okay. They're edible. The medium makes it hard, you think? I mean, you might have parts of your body that are pink, and you may or may not be hot IRL, so maybe not the two things together, but like the bottoms of my feet are pretty pink, and like the center of them. Palms of my hands are kind of pink, like when I smack something really hard. I'm sure that some of my internal organs are pink, so I don't know. I can't confirm. Now, whether or not you're actually, wait, what, IRL, it depends on what you've said recently. Like, if you walk into a room and say something very inappropriate, and people go, wait, what? Maybe you could, in fact, be hot pink and wait, what, IRL. I don't know what I'm saying.
Do it!
Do it! As they say. By your Rocket League playstyle? Oh, wait, what? Just suddenly there's ball in net, and everybody goes, wait, what? You know, I played Rocket League for about an hour and hated it. I respect that game, but my god, that was an unpleasant game experience. But then again, that's what a lot of people think about Dwarf Fortress, so you know. Can I just say that the /r fuck cars subreddit is amazing? This name was in fact also well described by the title of the early 2000s website. Is it comedy or legit? What, fuck cars? It's, well, I mean, I know it exists because of /r place. But it's a kind of like anti-work, the subreddit, except about cars. Basically like pro bikes, pro public transit, trying to depopularize cars, basically. But, you know, it's obviously not perfect, and, you know, there is no perfect solution to it. But as somebody who can't drive due to disability and will never drive, you don't mind cars, but some drivers? We need to denormalize the ownership of cars. It's shit like this. Like, this could be a nice beach. Instead, it's an awful highway. But, you know. That's a good subreddit. Here. You can go glance at it yourself. If the beach is the place for cars? Sure.
Your imagination.
This is the second time we've ever played in front of people, man. We're scared shitless. Do you love me too?
The ultimate aim is to produce sound which is completely acceptable to the listener. Records that give you pleasure.
How do they feel about cut trucks? Okay, how about I just like elaborate the name of that subreddit a little bit? Fuck motor vehicles. Just in general. Fuck them. Trucks, cars, planes. Fuck motor vehicles. Fuck ownership of motor vehicles. Fuck roads. Which emote is best for trolling? I mean, I can tell. But Kappa is the signature of sarcasm on Twitch. As a friend of mine said, if you're gonna troll, be good at it. You're fine, don't worry. We welcome trolls here. Funny ones. Fuck the rest. Preferably with a shell. But thank you very much for hanging out for the lunch break interlude. I'm going to go put this record away. Because, like, you know, the issue with cars is as much a city planning and industrial complex problem as it is a, like, people problem. Like, people need cars because the way cities are designed. Cities need cars because the way cities are designed. Cities are designed the way they are because of cars. It's, like, a problem that we've been developing as a society over the last, like, 250 years. So and in order to change things like that, it's... like there's nothing wrong with owning a car. You can own a car, but we as a society and as a people should be pushing in a direction of not owning cars and owning less vehicles and owning them purely as a work thing to move stuff and en masse instead of a way for daily transport. Like, if everybody had brilliant public transport, nobody would need to own a car, and that would be a much better situation for everybody. Speaking of better situations, our situation just got better because Ocelot tuned in. Hi, how are you? It's good to see you, man. What's up? What's up, sluts? What's up, Pablo? How goes things? How's that shiny face of yours doing? I don't know. Can you say the same about guns? I'm Canadian. You answer that question. So you know how I mentioned I have that friend that we disagree on everything of? He owns like 12 firearms, and I tell him that he needs to get rid of them like every time we hang out, and he looks like he's gonna punch me, and then I tell him to buy me a beer, and then he buys me a beer, and then I buy him a beer, and then we argue. Yes, I feel the same way about guns. No one needs to own a fucking gun. Unless you live in like Alaska or like northern Canada or like northern Russia or anywhere like in a jungle where there's a wild animal that will eat you if you walk out of your house. You don't need to own a fucking gun. But the thing about cars is it's easier to have that conversation without because the difference between people who own cars and the difference between people who own guns is people who own cars are just like your average person who goes, fuck, I hate this stupid car that I have to drive to work every day. That's the average person who owns a car. Whereas the average person who owns a gun is an enthusiast that will literally fucking shoot you with it if you say anything. So it's a little bit more difficult to have that conversation. Granted, I generally feel that everybody should just have the vast majority of their firearms taken away, because unless it's an antique or a family heirloom or a collector's item, you really don't fucking need that shit. Like, come on. Go shoot bow and arrow or something, or air rifle like normal rich people. I'm gonna go turn my my patio light on. Hold on a second. Slash our fuck cars is slash our fuck cars. They're not. Here's the thing. They're not anti anything. That's the reality with like anti-work and fuck cars. Neither of them are like anti-work is not anti-work. They're just pro-workers' rights. Fuck cars is not like anti-cars. It's pro-public transit, pro-bikes, pro-walkable cities. You can still own a car. Like that's the thing that people need to realize with those. Like the name isn't necessarily like a hard line. Like that is the only option. It's we need to denormalize the social. Like to give you an idea, like. Yeah, fair enough, Dak Calthor. I've been on dating apps for the last 3 years. I've had people unmatch me because I don't own a car and can't drive. Because it's expected of a man to be able to drive. That's the kind of culture that I'm against. Oh, you are not a successful human being if you don't drive. Well, the reality is, if you drive a fucking Ford F-150, you're probably $100,000 in debt anyway, because very few people can actually afford to buy those outright. So if you own a car, you're broke. Anyway, get a horse. You too! And then you can throw the poop at the Russians. I mean, what? I'm a bad person. Laughs in company car and company gas card. I mean, you know, you do you, but like, the less cars in a city, the more pleasant. You have 200 horsepowers or horses? I used to own a bike and then somebody stole it. True story. Horsepower? Okay. Well, I mean, you know, like there are parts of the world where you need to own a car. Like if you live like in rural Alberta, like yes, you need a car. Just like if you live in rural Alaska, you need a gun because a bear will fucking eat you if you walk to the grocery store. Like there's exceptions to every rule, but we don't need 55 billion cars in downtown New York. That's ridiculous. If the city was more walkable and had better public transit, you wouldn't need them. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. What's that in cat power? What's that in banana for scale is the actual problem. I don't think the banana for scale has horsepower. You can get to work by bike. Yeah, but you also just said that you're Belgian. Belgium is one of the most walkable countries on the planet. So, you know. I mean, skyscrapers are a different problem, but you know, city planning, especially city planning in like the Western world, and is a fucking calamity. Like it really is. But you know, I'm not here to like argue to convince you of things. This is just what I believe, and I have this opinion from the point of view of somebody who's very biased against vehicles because I'm disabled, can't legally drive, will never drive, and it is a massive impact and issue on my life because I have to live life as somebody who can't drive, never will drive, so that limits where I can live, where I go, how I travel, how I get around, and everything. So thus, obviously, I'm going to be pro anti-vehicle and pro walkable city and pro bicycles because of my life situation. Right? So, and that being said, motorized scooters are not necessarily as fun. But like there was a really good post on /rfuckcars sometime over the past week, where this person basically said, like, they were telling this story about how they walk 45 minutes to work every day, to and from work. They live in California. Weather's nice. They live in LA, and it's a 10-minute drive or a 45-minute walk. And they walk to work every day. And they say that all of their coworkers think that they're insane. This person's insane for walking to work every day. And yet all of his coworkers get stuck in traffic for 20 minutes on the way there, and then drive to the gym afterwards and get stuck in traffic, and then drive home afterwards, spending more time in their car stuck in traffic than this person does walking, and they have to go to the gym, and they have to pay for gym membership, and they have to pay for gas. That is the culture that Fuck Cars is against, is that. That's Fuck Cars, basically. And I fucking love it. 125 cats on a harness going in the same direction. Can you imagine? No, because they'd all be killing each other. But, wonderful. I mean, so as an example, there's actually for ages the head of my housing council for this apartment building. He's not the head anymore. He was up until the beginning of 2019, I think. He was voted out. Anyway, he works security at City Hall, right? City Hall is like 15-minute walk from here. Drives his pickup truck to and from work every day. It's a 15-minute walk. He was complaining very, very, very loudly when the gym in our building closed because of COVID. He's also very overweight. I don't think he ever actually uses the gym. But he was complaining the loudest because how are people going to get exercise? Walk to work, you more... Anyway. You don't go to the gym, you're a better car owner. Clap. All right. So this is Mothfall. This is gonna we're gonna try and make this the last stream of Mothfall. And I'm going to make the primary goal of the next fortress that we do in this world, which we're gonna start tomorrow. Recovering all of the people that were kidnapped during the military raids that Mothfall has carried out. So, I'm suddenly questioning, what time did I go live? I went live 5 minutes early today? God damn, I didn't even know. Shit. But yeah, that's what fuck cars is like, let's denormalize the culture of car ownership and promote walkable cities. That's really all it is. It's as extreme as you want it to be. And by default, it's not that crazy. It's actually like pretty logical when you think about it. Anyway, so this fort's weird. So this is, it's basically an above ground fort or like shallow low ground fort. Yeah, me too. I mean, they made a lot of waves with place, and that's how I found them. And I'm not gonna like pretend to be some old guard of fuck cars because I'm certainly not. But I discovered that subreddit recently thanks to /r place, and I've been very much enjoying it. It's been a good subreddit find. So goals for today is I want to finish this tower kind of in the middle here, and I want to finish the